So I shall make clear that different principles apply to front benchers from the three largest parties who were nominated to speak on behalf of their parties. Staff in my office are very happy to offer further advice. Finally, I want all members and everyone in the parliamentary community to be able to go about their work safely, both online and here in Westminster. The security of this building and those who work here depends upon us all. We have a duty to be vigilant and to assist those whose job it is to maintain this place as a safe place to work. Before moving to the first business of the new session, I would like to express my very best wishes to all honourable members of all who work in this House as well. Clerk of the House.
Bell.
I have to acquaint the House that this House, this day, attended the Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Cambridge. The Counsellors of State, acting on Her Majesty's behalf in the House of Peers, and that His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, delivered Her Majesty's most gracious speech to both Houses of Parliament on Her Majesty's behalf in pursuance of Her Majesty's commands, of which I have, for greater accuracy, obtained a copy. I shall direct the terms of the speech being printed in the votes and proceedings. Copies are already available in the vote office. Before I call the mover and the seconder, I want to announce the proposed subjects of debates during the remaining debates of the Royal Address, which are today, debate on the address; tomorrow, preventing crime and delivering justice; Thursday, fairness at work, power in the communities; Monday, making Britain the best place to grow up and grow old; Tuesday, tackling the short-term and long-term cost of living increases; Wednesday, achieving economic growth. So now I have the pleasure of first to call Graham Stewart to move, then Faye Jones to second the address. So I now call that shy retiring Graham Stewart.
I beg to move that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which was addressed to both Houses of Parliament. It's a great honour for me and for my constituents in Beverley and Holderness to propose the humble address, and all the more so in this Platinum Jubilee. To say that this packed chamber is intimidating and creates a certain amount of nerves, I think we can all take as read. We wish Her Majesty the best of health and thank her for her 7 decades of service to this nation. Her Majesty has demonstrated a selflessness which puts the rest of us, perhaps not least in here, to shame. The legislative agenda we are debating today must be seen within the most alarming of international contexts. Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable attack on Ukraine has united the whole of this House in condemnation. We stand together with our friends in Ukraine, and I congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, for his party's wholehearted backing of the measures to support the Ukrainians. We are providing, Mr. Speaker, rocket launchers, complete with rockets, so different from the Trident submarines that the Honourable Gentleman's party previously proposed, which were to have been built, but you will remember, never armed. Now, no one in politics, Mr. Speaker, minds being senior, but equally no one wishes to be seen as past it. Yet today I fulfil the role of the old duffer whose best days are behind him. while my honourable friend, the member for Brecon and Radnorshire, plays the part of the up-and-coming talent. The Chief Whip certainly made the right decision with the latter choice, as we shall soon hear. But given my part today, Mr. Speaker, I thought I'd dispense some advice, both to those seeking to enter Parliament and young thrusters who are already here, many of whom elected as long as 2 years ago. And you know who you are. Can't believe that you're still not in the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, some of us are here for a long time, some for a short time, and some, according to our media friends, for a good time. So, for the candidates, my advice is keep going and realise how much simply comes down to luck. When I applied to Beverley and Holderness Conservative Association, the senior officers had already decided who they were going to have as their candidate. None other than their then member of the European Parliament, who wouldn't be able to continue in that role, the now Right Honourable Member for Scarborough and Whitley. After I won that selection, by 2 votes, 2 elderly lady members congratulated me. They told me they had voted for me. And the first one said, "You spoke very well, Mr. Stewart." "Thank you," I said. And the other one came in, "Yes, but Robert Goodwill, he was brilliant." To which the other replied, "But he's got a job already." Robert, of course, won selection in Scarborough. He then went on to overturn Laurie Quinn's, a 3,500 majority, and was, I think, along with my honourable friend, the member for Shipley, the only Conservative candidate in the whole of the north of England to take a seat from the Labour Party at that election. Yeah. The Leader of the Opposition must wish it was so today. Instead, the only thing opening up for him in the north is a police investigation. Now, some months after the election, I met a member of my association's executive committee, and he actually congratulated me and said that he was glad that I had been selected as the candidate after all. I thought at last my hard work was being recognised, and he added, because, he said, because you'd have never won Scarborough. My constituency of Beverley and Holderness comprises 4 towns: Beverley, Hornsey, Withensea and Heddon, and many other hamlets and villages which are dotted across East Yorkshire. It's a beautiful part of the world and has history as well as charm. Beverley has contributed more than most places to the improvement of our democratic system over the years. Admittedly, Mr. Speaker, chiefly by running elections in such a corrupt manner that the law had to be changed afterwards. After the unseating of the victorious candidate in 1727 by petition, his agents were imprisoned and Parliament passed a whole new Bribery Act. But, Mr. Speaker, Beverley's notorious freemen were not to be put off so easily. Beverley continued to be a byword for electoral malpractice. The novelist Anthony Trollope stood in the Liberal interest unsuccessfully in 1868, and such was the level of wrongdoing that a royal commission was established especially, and a new law passed, disenfranchising the town and barring it from ever returning a Member of Parliament. Happy days. obviously the law did change. Free beer and cash inducements were the electoral controversies then, rather than, say, beer and curry today. Never, Mr. Speaker, never in the history of human conflict has so much karma come from a corner. I said I would provide some advice for our up-and-coming parliamentarians. When I arrived here, I was just about wise enough to back the winner of the leadership contest that summer, David Cameron. What I wasn't wise enough to do, Mr. Speaker, was stop telling him every way in which I thought he was going wrong. And I do mean every way. Which, funnily enough, resulted in an 11-year wait to be asked to go onto the front bench, which only came when he'd stepped down. Now, it may be that my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, saw merit where her predecessor did not. But more likely it was just that she'd seen a lot less of me. So, lesson one for the up-and-coming: don't make an enemy of your party leader. But there is, of course, more to this place than the front bench. In my first term, community hospitals were being closed in swathes right across the country. And all three in my constituency were lined up for the chop. Now, having led marches and demonstrations in all the towns across my constituency, it became obvious that the problem would not be solved locally. So I set up a campaign group, Chart, Community Hospitals Acting Nationally Together. And along with my deputy chairman, the then member for Henley, we recruited colleagues from right across this house. We waged guerrilla warfare on Labour's health department, breaking the record for the number of petitions presented in one day in this house. We held a rally outside this place with hundreds of people and banners and placards galore. David Cameron spoke, Labour MPs spoke. My deputy, I remember, gave a rousing speech and, so carried away with the righteousness of our cause, called on everyone to join us on a march to Parliament Square. So it was, Mr. Speaker, that our now Prime Minister found himself being intercepted by a police inspector who told him no permission existed for such a march and that we must go back. So I think there are two lessons here. Never stop campaigning for what you believe in, and having marched your troops to the top of the hill, never be afraid to march them down again if circumstances necessitate. Now, when the call did come, I was lucky enough to go into the Whip's office, the only communal playpen in Westminster, aside from the creche. Being there made me realise how little I knew after 11 years here, because as a Whip, you learn a lot. So that's another lesson. Join the Whip's office if you are asked. Now, given my position, I'd like to tell you that being in government, isn't all it's cracked up to be. But actually it is. I served both my right honourable friend, the member for North Somerset, and my right honourable friend, the member for South West Norfolk, as Secretaries of State for the Department for International Trade. Both were exceptional. They were tireless and demanding, but delivered outcomes from a new department which no one thought was possible. So, young thrusters, enjoy any department you're in and value it for itself, not just as a stepping stone to something else. After all, as I discovered last September, you never know when you'll prematurely be on the back benches. Today's Queen's speech unveils a substantial legislative programme under four main headings: boosting economic growth and helping with the cost of living, making our streets safer, funding the NHS and tackling the backlog, and providing leadership in troubled times. To pick out one item, if I may, Mr. Speaker, the energy bill is of particular importance to my constituents. It'll make possible the development of hydrogen and carbon capture and storage, for which I expect the Humber not only to be a national leader, but actually a global leader in their development. Taking us to net zero, but also giving us energy security and huge export potential. So the Conservative Party, under the leadership of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has work to do. We were elected to deliver our manifesto and level up the United Kingdom, and that is what we will do. Despite the human weakness, which is all too present in this place, I believe nearly everyone here is in politics for the right reasons, and that elected public service continues to be a noble calling. So I hope that potential candidates from all sides will continue to come forward, that young thrusters will show ambition for their country as well as for themselves. And that as we fire legislative bullets at the challenges that face us, we will take aim in this Platinum Jubilee year and, like our Ukrainian friends, say with total conviction, God save the Queen. I commend the gracious speech to this House.
Can I call Faye Jones to second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a real honour to be asked to second the gracious speech this afternoon, and an even greater one to follow my honourable friend, the member for Beverley and Holderness. His was a pitch-perfect speech, an exemplar of how to do it, and one which I feel undermined his status as a self-confessed old duffer. Now, members with more experience than I have seen many state openings, but this year's is undoubtedly special. Even despite Her Majesty's absence this morning, the Platinum Jubilee is a lasting reminder of the Queen's immense devotion to duty. And I know everyone in this House wishes Her Majesty a speedy recovery. Now, this time last year, at last year's Queen's speech, I sat up in the gallery as seats in this chamber were especially limited because of the COVID regulations. And as I watched my good friend, the Honourable Member for South Ribble, get to her feet, I remember thinking to myself, all the best, Fletch, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now. But karma comes at you fast, doesn't it, Chief Whip? But unlike my northern friend, I have the honour of addressing a packed chamber with faces free of the burden of face masks. Now, as much as I loathed wearing a face mask in the chamber, they certainly helped me by hiding the looks of disinterest and abject boredom whenever I got up to speak. So I'm afraid this year the cameras are on, so at least try and look as though you're enjoying this. Now, on being asked to do this, I turned to some trusted friends and colleagues for advice. The Right Honourable... All in good time, Deputy, all in good time. The Right Honourable Member for South Swindon's instant...
It's your fault.
Yeah. His instant reaction was, oh my God, love, you better be funny. The Honourable Member for the Cities of London and Westminster told me I would be a total mess. And even my dad, a former member and my inspiration in many ways, said after yesterday's rehearsal, well, you're going to have to tell the jokes better than that. So, Mr. Speaker, that's actually better feedback than he gave me at the start of my political career at my count in 2019. The result had been declared, and I took to the podium to make my acceptance speech. My mum was beaming in the front row, and I saw my dad move to the back of the hall, presumably to get a better view or to take a photograph. But just a minute or so into my speech, Dad had had enough, and he gave me the winded-up signal. So with friends like those, I ran straight for the warm embrace of the House of Commons Library. There I discovered that I am the 7th member from Wales to have taken part in the Loyal Address since 1874. I am the first woman from Wales. And the first Conservative from Wales. But I am very proud to say that my constituents in Brecon and Radnorshire have a long association with the Loyal Address. In 1975, one of my predecessors, Kywin Roderick, a senior figure in the Labour Party, proposed the speech. As members will know, Brecon and Radnorshire is 2/3 of the historic county of Powys. And so with a proposer and now a seconder coming from the undisputed better half of the county, I wonder how my honourable friend from Montgomeryshire feels this afternoon, knowing that he is neither the has-been nor the will be. I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. However, that I have even been asked to give this speech today is a surprise to many, most of all myself. I was always afraid that I had torpedoed my political career long before it even began. In 2005, when I was at university, I shared a flat with a friend who was working on the campaign to make my right honourable friend for Halton Price and Howden the Conservative Party leader. It was suggested to myself and a few friends that wearing a pink t-shirt which said "It's DD for me" would go down a storm at party conference. Turns out it did. Sorry, David. So 14 years later, when I was asked at my selection meeting for Brecon and Radnorshire, have you ever done anything to embarrass the Conservative Party? I had to say yes. I was later asked what I had learned from the incident. I said that I don't look good in pink. Now, today is a proud day for my constituency and my family. Apart from stints in London for university and working in Europe, I have lived my whole life in Wales, raised in a firmly Conservative household. And I think being a Conservative in Wales has helped me develop the thick skin which I hope will get me through today. Certainly helped after last week's results anyway. In 2019, my honourable friends, the member for Wrexham, Ynys Môn and I, became the first 3 women to be elected to the Conservative benches representing Welsh constituencies. I like to think that the 3 of us were worth the 100-year wait. But while we have some difficult questions to answer and challenges to meet on the treatment of women in this place, it is imperative that we do not put anyone off becoming a Member of Parliament. Yes, the House of Commons is a strange place to work, and yes, sometimes some people don't realise that they are part of the problem. But despite that, here is a place where women achieve great things. It was a woman who introduced the Autism Act, the late and much missed across this House member for Cheshire and Amersham. It was a woman who delivered the Children's Funeral Fund and continues to be a pain in the government's neck on hormone replacement therapy. The member for Swansea East, who I'm sorry to see is not in her place today. It was a woman who secured inclusion in today's gracious speech that the government will licence pedicabs right across the cities of London and Westminster for the very first time. No guessing, no prizes for who that was. And it was a woman, long before my time, who stood up to the might of the unions, empowered council tenants to buy their homes, and 40 years ago this year protected the Falkland Islands. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that we say today a woman's place is in the House of Commons. And by the way, it was also a woman who got 20 million quid out of the Treasury for the Global Centre of Rail Excellence, made cyber flashing a criminal offence, and got the MOD to scrap the closure of Brecon Barracks. Just saying. As much as we must attract more women to this place, we must do our utmost to attract wide-ranging talents so that our benches are filled with the plain-speaking common sense of the Honourable Member for Ashfield, the distinguished professional experience of the Member for Newbury, and dare I even say it, the political diplomacy of the Honourable Member for Stoke-on-Trent North, Hillsborough. Mr. Speaker, my Liberal Democrat opponents tell me that all I do is talk about farming and the military. Quite right. So today I will keep them happy and do exactly that. During my maiden speech, I said I felt I had won first prize in the lottery of life by becoming the member for Brecon and Radnorshire. That's as true today as it was then. It's a glorious part of the world, stretching from the upper Swansea Valley to just outside Ludlow. It is kept thriving by thousands of farmers, not trustafarian farmers who inherit their wealth, but the ordinary, mud under the fingernail, grafting farmer who works year-round to put food on our plates and to give their kids a future. Yeah. The cost of living crisis is having a particular effect in rural areas. Costs of fuel and fertiliser are eye-watering, and this presents a real risk to our ability to feed ourselves. It is deeply tragic that it has taken war in Ukraine for us to focus on UK food security. If I do anything in this place, it will be to bang on about the importance of farming to this country. Hence why I welcome the measures in the gracious address, which will see British produce on tables around the world. And even the online safety bill, which will protect the unsuspecting farmer from nefarious internet videos. Mr. Speaker, if you walk down the Watton in Brecon, as I know you have, you will see 24 trees honouring 24th the Foot, better known as the South Wales Borderers, who fought at the Battle of Rorke's Drift, made iconic in the film Zulu. Whether Brecon Barracks, Sennybridge Training Area, or the Navy's Outdoor Leadership Training Centre in Talabont, my constituency is extremely proud of its military footprint. We are also home to the Cambrian Patrol, the Olympic gold medal in infantry training, a 60-kilometre march for teams of 8 over just 48 hours. Now, I know he will be far too modest to tell you himself, but the Secretary of State for Wales is in fact a finisher of that event. So modest was he, so keen to keep his light under a bushel, that when we visited the Cambrian Patrol back in October, he brought his finisher's certificate along and put it out on Twitter. It was dated 1987. I took great joy in pointing out that I was 2 years old at the time, and great joy recounting it again now. Over the years, many wrongs have been done to military veterans, and I applaud the efforts of those right across this House to correct that. The Honourable Member for Barnsley Central has led his benches in that effort. And on this side, my honourable friends for Plymouth Moorview and Wrexham have spoken for male and female veterans in ways few can match. And so on behalf of the many veterans I represent, particularly those who served in Northern Ireland and tell me they have been frightened of opening the post for decades, I warmly welcome the inclusion of the Legacy Bill in today's gracious speech. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude my seconding of the Loyal Address and give way to the Leader of the Opposition. I know we are all delighted he has not cancelled this afternoon's speech. I warmly welcome it on behalf of my constituents. Today's Queen's speech contains a commitment to right the historic imbalance that has pervaded this country for too long and level up all four corners of the United Kingdom. It offers leadership in turbulent times and looks to the long term, ironing out our challenges of food and energy security, and makes best use of our newfound legislative freedoms. It helps this country stand tall on the world stage, as it has done for so long, and it is my honour to commend this gracious speech to the House.
The question is that an honourable address be presented to Her Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which was addressed to both Houses of Parliament. I now call the Right Honourable Keir Starmer, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I turn to the address, I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, for delivering the address this morning. And I too want to pay tribute to Her Majesty in the year of her Platinum Jubilee. Her dedication to Britain has been a reassuring constant in an ever-changing world. Her commitment to public duty, a reminder of the responsibilities we all owe each other. Her dignity and her leadership, an inspiration to all of us. She will forever have all of our thanks for 70 years of service to our country. We all wish her well. I also want to congratulate the Prime Minister. He's achieved a new first. The first resident of Downing Street to be a constituent of a Labour council. I'm sure they will serve him. And I want to congratulate, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the mover and the seconder on their fine and funny speeches. I understand that the member for Beverley and Holderness owns over 900 copies of Eagle comic books. He's no old duffer. He is an extensive collector of the adventures of Dan Dare from the Interplanet Patrol, a comic book with a hero with a moral message, a spirit that he's channeled into his 17 years in this House.
That's how you do it.
Although there is some mischief in him, as he's just demonstrated in his speech. I particularly liked his advice that you should make an enemy of your party leader. So I think he's a little bit more Dennis the Menace, myself. The member for Brecon and Radnorshire is dedicated not only to, obviously, a punishing consultation exercise on what to put in the speech for today, but also a punishing exercise regime. A former cox with Twickenham Rowing Club, a half-marathon runner, and even an Iron Man competitor. Maybe she's an Iron Lady in the making. And I know that if they were here, David Amis and James Brokenshire would have been proud of both the mover and the seconder. We all miss them both. And I know the pain on the Conservative benches is still raw. Their friends taken too soon. But their passing leaves us united in our resolve to defeat the evils of both extremism and cancer. I also want to pay tribute to my dear friend Jack Dromey. Jack picked fights on behalf of working people, and he won them. In 1975, he led the first Equal Pay Act strike. He campaigned for the rights of cleaners everywhere, from the House of Commons to MI5. And in the last year of his life, he campaigned for a public inquiry on behalf of the families bereaved by COVID. The only way that we on these benches can really pay tribute to Jack is to aspire to champion working people as well as he did. Because, Mr. Speaker, times are hard, but they're much tougher than they should be. As we emerge from the pandemic, find a new place in the world outside the European Union, and transition to a carbon-neutral economy, our country faces great challenges. But at the same time, great opportunities are within our reach. We can rebuild stronger, learning where our society and our services need more resilience. We can do more than just get Brexit done. We can ensure Britain is in the best position to thrive outside of the European Union. And we can lead the world in zero-carbon industries, generating high-skilled, high-wage jobs across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, for that to happen, we need a government of the moment, with the ideas that meet the aspirations of the British public. This thin address bereft of ideas or purpose, without a guiding principle or a roadmap for delivery, shows just how far this government is from that. Too out of touch to meet the challenges of the moment, too tired to grasp the opportunities of the future. Their time has passed. Mr. Speaker, the first great challenge our country faces is the cost of living crisis. Inflation stands at 7% and rising. Household bills have gone up by hundreds of pounds. The cost of the weekly shop has rocketed, and people are seeing their wages run out much earlier in the month and the value of their savings fall. I wish I could say that the worst is over. But last Thursday, the Bank of England revised down Britain's growth and revised up inflation. This government's failure to grow the economy over a decade, combined with its inertia in the face of spiralling bills, means that we are staring down the barrel of something we haven't seen in decades, a stagflation crisis. It is a truly shocking legacy of this government. It should humble those on the benches opposite who've ignored the red lights on our economy, even whilst wages were frozen for over a decade, and whose complacency is best summed up by a Prime Minister whose response to the crisis was to make fun of those that were worrying about inflation. A government of the moment would use the great powers that it has to tackle this head-on. Bring forward an emergency budget with a windfall tax for oil and gas producers, which would raise billions. The money that could be used to slash the cost of energy bills and help businesses keep their costs down. Even the bosses at BP don't agree when the Prime Minister says it would deter investment. It's a common-sense solution. But instead, the government is bereft of leadership. The Chancellor ruling the windfall tax in, the Business Secretary ruling it out, and a Prime Minister who doesn't know what he thinks. And it's not just about the short-term measures. A government of the moment would take a step back from the crisis and ensure that Britain is never again so vulnerable to a surge in international prices, forced to go cap in hand from dictator to dictator, looking for a quick fix of imported oil. That means standing up to those vested interests who oppose onshore wind, the cheapest and most reliable source of electricity that we have. But this Prime Minister is too weak to stand up to his backbenchers. And it means investing in the insulation we need to use less energy in our homes. That would take £400 off energy bills every year and cut gas imports by 15%. But this Prime Minister is far too concerned with vanity projects ever to prioritise investment in insulating homes. So we're left with an energy bill not up to the moment. It's the latest chapter in a pathetic response to the cost of living crisis. Where there should have been support, it's been tax rise after tax rise on working people. The only country in the G7 to do so during a cost of living crisis. The low growth that led to the stagnation we see today is the same reason wages have been frozen for so long. Over 12 years of Tory government, the economy has grown far slower than when Labour was in power, and it's set to go even slower in coming years. The slowest growing economy in the G7 next year. As the Director General of the CBI said, for a country that's used to growth of 2 to 2.5%, the Conservative record is simply not good enough. Mr. Speaker, we can't afford to go on like this. If the Tories had simply matched Labour's record on growth in government, people would have had higher incomes, boosting public finances, and we could have spent £40 billion more on public services without having to raise a single tax. So the second great challenge our country faces is to get Britain growing again. A government of the moment would have grasped the nettle and set out a new approach to the economy, an approach based on a stronger partnership between government and businesses, a partnership dedicated to growth. There would have been an industrial strategy to grow the industries of the future, with the government providing initial investment that brings confidence and security and acts as a catalyst for the private sector to invest in gigafactories, hydrogen and steel. High productivity jobs right here in Britain. A government at the moment would finally abolish business rates and replace them with a fair system that creates a level playing field with online giants so that our businesses can compete, invest and grow. And a government of the moment would have a plan to revive our town centres and new businesses, providing finance for a new generation of start-ups in our town centres, giving councils the power to take over empty shops and fill the space with workshops and offices in the jobs of the future. Instead of that new approach to the economy, we have a Chancellor who thinks it would be silly to do anything different. A Chancellor who, rather than partnering with business, has loaded them up with debt and wonders why they're struggling to invest. A Chancellor who seems content to have the slowest growth of any G20 country, bar one, Russia. A Chancellor whose legacy will be low growth, high inflation and high tax, and with it the diminishing of Britain's living standards. No hope of taking on the big challenges, no hope of seizing the great opportunities. Hopeless. And because they're not up to the challenge of growing the economy, all those tax hikes aren't going into improving public services. No chance of a doctor's appointment. People forced to wait months for urgent mental health treatment. Supersized classrooms the norm again. Never before have people been asked to pay so much for so little. And, Mr. Speaker, the third great challenge we face is ending the poverty of ambition this government has for our public services. That means a government of the moment relentlessly focused on school improvement. Labour would improve leadership and teaching standards at state schools, funding it by ending tax breaks for private schools. It means a government of the moment that would finally deliver world-class mental health provision that matches years of empty rhetoric on parity with physical health. Labour would hire new clinicians so we can guarantee mental health treatment in 4 weeks, paid for by closing loopholes to private equity firms. Instead, we have a government that went into the pandemic with record waiting lists and has got no plan to get them down any time soon. A government that takes the public for fools by pretending that refurbishing a hospital, a wing of a hospital, is the same as building a new hospital. A government that can't hire the GPs it promised or the GPs we have to see more patients. Lost in spin, no ambition, not up to the challenge of the moment. And it's not just education and health that needs reform. Fraud has become commonplace. 7 million incidents a year. Britain routinely ripped off. But the business sector has suggested it doesn't even count as crime. The fraud is just the tip of the iceberg. Victims are being let down whilst this government lets violent criminals off. The overall charge rate stands at a pathetic 5.8%, meaning that huge swathes of serious offences like rape, knife crime and theft have effectively been decriminalised. A government of the moment would say, enough is enough. Invest in community policing. Pulling resources, nobody can be proud of this record of 12 years. Invest in community policing. Pulling resources away from vanity projects like his ministerial yacht. It would strengthen protection for victims of crime and antisocial behaviour and increase the number of specialist rape units in the justice system so that it stops routinely failing women. Instead, we have a government that talks tough whilst letting the justice system fall apart. Exactly. No care for victims or their communities, not good enough, not up to the moment. We have a government whose time has passed, a cabinet out of ideas and out of energy, led by a Prime Minister who's entirely out of touch. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. It won't always be this way. A Labour government would tackle the cost of living crisis head on. Get Britain growing again after 12 years of failure. Improve public services so they deliver for people paying for them. A Labour government would rise to the moment where this government has badly failed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to join you and members across this House in thanking His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, for delivering the gracious speech, and in sending our warmest wishes to Her Majesty the Queen. The whole House knows the reluctance with which Her Majesty made today's decision, and her extraordinary service to this nation continues to inspire us all. Mr. Speaker, as we come to the halfway point of this Parliament, this country has seen off the biggest challenge any post-war government has faced, but the cost of the pandemic has been huge, with the biggest fall in output for 300 years, the necessitated government expenditure of £400 billion. And the aftershocks are still being felt across the world, with a global spike in energy prices, the impact we're seeing on the cost of food. And it's precisely because this government got the big calls right and made the tough decisions during the pandemic that we had the fastest economic growth in the G7 last year, and will return to that status, by the way, by 2024, Mr. Speaker, and therefore have the fiscal firepower to help families up and down the country with all the pressures they face now. And we will continue to use all our ingenuity and compassion for as long as it takes. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, and I will be saying more about this in the days to come. But at the same time as we help people, we need the legislative firepower to fix the underlying problems in energy supply, in housing, in infrastructure, and in skills, which are driving up costs for families across the country. And this Queen's speech takes those issues head on. And above all, we're tackling the economic challenges with the best solution of all, and that's an ever-growing number of high-wage, high-skill jobs, Mr. Speaker. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And we drive up employment by creating the right platform for business to invest. Making our streets safer, 20,000 more police, creating a healthier population, 50,000 more nurses, funding the NHS to help them clear the COVID backlogs, and giving the confidence that people know that they will be looked after in old age by fixing social care. Delivering gigabit broadband, giving the remotest parts of the country the access that they need, and using our Brexit freedoms to enable revolutionary technologies like gene editing to help our farmers grow more nutritious and more productive crops. And it's that combination of public and private sector together that is tackling unemployment, with 500,000 people more on the payroll now than before the pandemic began. And it is that strength at home that enables this country to show leadership abroad, as we have done and will continue to do in supporting the people of Ukraine. So this Queen's speech delivers on our promises. It will not only take us through the aftershocks of COVID, but build the foundations for decades of prosperity, uniting and levelling up across the country. Mr. Speaker, allow me to join the Leader of the Opposition in paying tribute to those colleagues we've lost in this parliamentary session. And time will not dim our shock at the despicable murder of Sir David Amess, a friend to so many, who lost his life giving the service he loved most, a constituency surgery in a local church. And among the many legacies of Sir David, which include his amazing work on animal welfare, his campaign to support women with endometriosis, I'm proud to say that today Southend-on-Sea stands as a city in his tribute. Yesterday we gathered at St Margaret's Church to remember James Brokenshire, a true gentleman who faced his battle with cancer with enormous courage, generosity and strength of character. It was typical of our dear friend that even in the midst of his own battle, he was supporting and encouraging others to seek help, campaigning for better lung cancer screening and becoming the first MP to secure a debate on the issue on the floor of this House. We willed him to pull through because the world needs more people in public life like him. His loss is felt deeply on all sides of this House and by all those whose lives he touched. Finally, we began the year by joining the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham in paying tribute to her wonderful husband, Jack Dromey, one of the great trade unionists of our time, who, having married someone who would go on to become, in his words, the outstanding parliamentary feminist of her generation, will also be forever remembered, in his words, as Mr. Harriet Harman, née Dromey. We all knew him as a man of great warmth, energy and compassion, and he commanded the utmost respect across this House. Mr. Speaker, the gracious speech was magnificently proposed. Self-deprecating, I thought, by my honourable friend, the member for Beverley and Holderness, whose campaigning brilliance I have seen at first hand, as he pointed out, when as backbenchers almost 20 years ago, he and I organised a demonstration against Labour's plan to close community hospitals. It was called Chant, Community Hospitals Acting Nationally Together. And his memory of it is much more glorious than mine. I remember only a tiny handful of desperadoes. We were stopped almost immediately by the police, Mr. Speaker, who turned us back. But he nonetheless succeeded in forcing the government to perform, the then Labour government, I should stress, to perform on the funding for community hospitals, and as a great speaker, 48 of them, in fact. So we have the best health service in the world. I know, by the way, that he has experience of healthcare in a less fortunate country. He was lying in bed with a fractured rib after a skiing accident in Chamonix, when 3 men in white coats arrived claiming that they were there to perform the operation. And on closer inspection, they turned out to be the members for Halton, Price and Howden, the member for Sutton Coldfield, and my honourable friend, my noble friend, Lord Lancaster. At which point it is said that my honourable friend levitated miraculously from his bed and made his escape. His speech was in the finest traditions of this House. I was delighted that the motion was seconded by my honourable friend, the member for Brecon and Radnorshire. Yeah. Some more seasoned members will remember the 14 years of service rendered to the people of Cardiff North by her father, Gwilym, who joins us, I'm told, in the gallery today. Delighted to see him there, and I'm sure he'll be filled with admiration at the speech just delivered by his daughter. I also know the Honourable Lady sadly lost her mother earlier this year, and I have no doubt that she too will be simply bursting with pride as she looks down on us today. Because while the Honourable Lady may only have been an MP for a few short years, she has already established herself as a fantastic campaigner, including, actually, she said herself, changing the law to ban cyber flashing, saving Brecon Barracks, and with the Queen's Dragoon Guards, securing the return of a permanent Welsh regiment in Wales. Yeah. Nor was she prepared to remain silent while the Leader of the Opposition's colleagues in Cardiff tried to keep Wales in perpetual lockdown. She is a tireless advocate for Welsh veterans and the armed services generally, an issue that is personal as well as political for her. And as a fellow enthusiast for dogs at polling stations, I was delighted to see her take Nancy the Labrador to the polling stations on Thursday. Nancy is, of course, named in honour of Nancy Astor, a great Conservative woman who certainly left a mark on this place and this country, and whose influence and achievements I am quite sure the Honourable Lady will emulate in the long and successful career that clearly awaits her. It was a pleasure to hear from her, and I thank her for seconding the motion. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday I spoke to my G7 counterparts together with President Zelensky, urging our international partners to join us in going further and faster in supporting Ukraine. And I'm sure the whole House will share my sorrow and revulsion at events in Mariupol in eastern Ukraine, which has endured weeks of merciless Russian bombardment and some of the worst atrocities of the war. At the same time, I'm pleased to report that our brave Ukrainian friends, a second city with the same fortitude that saw Putin's attack on their capital. We should be proud that when their very survival, the survival of great European democracy, was imperiled, our United Kingdom has led the way, providing Ukraine with the weapons to defend itself and helping the world to impose the toughest economic sanctions on Putin. As I walked through the streets of Kiev last month, I saw firsthand the wholehearted support, what the wholehearted support of this House and this country has meant to the brave people of Ukraine. So let the message ring out from this chamber today. We will persevere in our support for the Ukrainians until Putin has failed and Ukraine has won. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, this government worked night and day at extraordinary speed to protect lives and livelihoods across our whole United Kingdom, whether by injecting £400 billion of direct support for the economy and supporting jobs through our world-leading furlough scheme, becoming the first country in the world to administer an approved COVID vaccine, or by delivering the largest testing programme and the fastest vaccine booster campaign in Europe, all of which allowed us to retain one of the most open economies and societies across the continent, which we wouldn't have done, by the way, if you listened to the Vice Party office, with the fastest growth in the G7 last year. Now we will bring that same urgency, impatience and determination to deliver on our mission of getting our country back on track and easing the burdens on families and businesses across the land. That's why we've already committed £9.1 billion to assist with energy costs alone. We're giving back £150 to people in their council tax, cutting fuel duty, increasing the warm homes discount, creating increasing the warm homes discount, creating a tax cut for 30 million workers by raising the national insurance threshold, delivering the biggest ever increase in the national living wage, worth an extra £1,000 a year for those working full-time, Mr. Speaker. But however great our compassion and ingenuity, we cannot simply spend our way out of this problem. We need to grow out of this problem by creating hundreds of thousands of new high-wage, high-skill jobs across the country. And as I give way to the lady opposite, Mr. Speaker, I remind the House that there has never been a Labour government that left office with unemployment lower than when they came in.
Can I just say it's not normal we do give way, but obviously the Prime Minister has, Sir Rowan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. We've heard a lot of words very rapidly delivered, but what we haven't heard yet is an apology to the pensioners that are choosing between heating and eating, an apology to the children that have gone hungry throughout school holidays, and an apology to the hundreds of thousands of family members of COVID victims that were lost during the pandemic.
Mr. Speaker, of course, this government is doing absolutely all we can to help people during the pandemic, to help pensioners. And by the way, it was this government that introduced the triple lock for pensioners to protect them. This government that helps people with the cost of heating, the £9.1 billion that we're putting in, the holiday activity and food programme that we put in, Mr. Speaker, the extra billions that we're putting in to support local councils. But be in no doubt, and this is what I think everybody in this country needs to understand. And what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is making sure that we have a strong economy with high-wage, high-skilled jobs that will enable us to take this country forward. And that would simply not have been possible if she had listened to the advice of her front bench, who wanted to keep us in lockdown, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to, that's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. And it was worth giving way just to make that point, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're going to continue with our levelling up and our regeneration bill, which will help to... No. Sit down. Which will help create these jobs wherever people live in communities across the whole of the United Kingdom. That is the objective of this Queen's speech, Mr. Speaker. It is all focused on driving growth and jobs. Our schools and higher education bills will ensure that people have the skills to do them, raising standards in our classrooms, implementing the lifetime skills guarantee so people can retrain and acquire new qualifications at any stage of their life. And our energy bill will power our new green industrial revolution, creating hundreds of thousands of new green jobs, taking forward this government's energy security strategy. And about time this country had one. With £22 billion, Mr. Speaker, they didn't want a single nuclear power station. Come on, be honest. Look at them. Great quivering jellies of indecision that they are, Mr. Speaker. Our £22 billion infrastructure bank supporting the transition to net zero, vast new green industries in which our United Kingdom will once again lead the world. Mr. Speaker, just as we got Brexit done, so with this Queen's speech we will finish the job of unleashing the benefits of Brexit, to grow our economy, to cut the cost of living, and by bringing the urgency and ambition to how we exercise our freedoms that we have regained, our Brexit Freedoms Bill will enable us to amend or replace any inherited EU law with legislation in UK law that puts the interests of British business first and British families first. And so that is what we are going to do. We're going to seize the chance to make our United Kingdom the best regulated economy in the world. We're going to take forward those trade deals we've got with 70 different countries, worth over £800 billion a year, with specific legislation in this Queen's speech. I hope I'm not speaking too fast for the Honourable Opposite. For our new free trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand, and we're using our new freedoms to control our borders. With a new plan for immigration so we can fix our broken asylum system, tackle illegal immigration that undermines the legal immigration that we support. Crack down on the vile people smugglers. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition, or perhaps I should, in deference to his phrase, I should refer to him as the Leader of the Opposition of the moment, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition of the moment. The Leader of the Opposition of the moment likes to oppose these plans, or he claims he opposes them, but it turns out that legislation to permit the offshoring of asylum seekers.
Order. Only one on the sorry, Prime Minister. Only one person can be on the feet at the same time. The Prime Minister is not giving way. Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition of the moment purports to oppose these plans, claims to oppose these plans, but it turns out they were actually pioneered in 2004 by a Labour government. The Right Honourable Gentleman may have got Tony Blair to take part in his election campaign, but it's a shame he cannot get behind Tony Blair's policies, Mr. Speaker. During the pandemic, we marvelled at the courage and commitment of so many people, all the people working in our public services, from the extraordinary men and women in our NHS, risking their lives to save others, to those toiling to keep our country going, whether in schools or shops or on public transport. So it is right, Mr. Speaker, that this government is now investing more in our NHS than any other government in history, giving our NHS the funding it needs to help clear the COVID backlogs, and we will also make sure that every penny is well spent. So whether through pop-up clinics in our communities, more face-to-face GP appointments, or new cancer screening machines, we maximise the ability of our NHS to check and treat its patients. But, Mr. Speaker, when times are tough and families are facing such pressures, we must also cut the cost of government and cut the burdens that government places on taxpayers and on citizens. We can't have expensive delays in delivering passports and driving licences that see families stranded and unable to go on holiday, HGV drivers unable to transport goods around this country in the way that is so integral. So integral to the economy we need, and we're going to fix it. So let me send a very clear message from this House today. This government will not tackle the post-COVID manana culture. We will take whatever steps are necessary to deliver for the British people, because the British people are not prepared to wait, and we share their impatience. Mr. Speaker, we will get through the aftershocks of COVID just as we got through COVID. As I've told you, with every ounce of ingenuity and compassion and hard work. Not by irresponsible spending that merely treats the symptoms of rising prices while creating an ever bigger problem for tomorrow, but by urgently pressing on with our mission to create the high-wage, high-skilled jobs that will drive economic growth across the United Kingdom, the whole United Kingdom. That is the long-term sustainable solution to ease the burden on families and businesses. That is the way to get our country back on track after the pandemic, to unite and level up across our whole country exactly as we promised. That is what this Queen's speech delivers, and I commend it to the House.
The leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Duke of Rothesay for coming to Parliament today and leading us in the state opening. And
Chamber clear quietly. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Duke of Rothesay for coming to Parliament today, for leading us in the state opening with the address that we had, and to send the best wishes from everyone across the House, and certainly from our own benches, to the Queen on what is such a momentous year for her. We also need to reflect on those that we have sadly lost over the course of the last session of Parliament, and we think of James Brokenshire, we think of David Amos, and of course we think of Jack Dromey. Three outstanding but different parliamentarians, all who I think were a fine example to all of us of how to conduct ourselves in this place. Let me thank the member for Beverley and Holderness for his moving of the motion this afternoon, an erudite treatise round his history in government, and I hope he's still got a lot to give. He's made it very clear that he was removed early from office by the Prime Minister, and perhaps he still has some days ahead of him. But I think it's important that he stressed that the unity that there is in this House on the topic of Ukraine, that we all stand together, Mr. Speaker, with our friends in Ukraine, and standing up for the warmonger, the war criminal that still resides in Moscow. He will face justice, and we will make sure that ultimately that the people of Ukraine prevail. But of course, I thought it was interesting that the honourable member told us that the recent difficulties that the Prime Minister has had with the Metropolitan Police, they are not new. He's had his collar felt in the past as well. And let me also thank the seconder of the motion from Brecon and Radnanshire. I think really what we had was a job application for government from the member, and I'm sure she'll have a long and fruitful career in front of her as a member of this House and a member of the governing party. Mr. Speaker, as much as I hate to rub salt into wounds, this Queen's speech has one very obvious backdrop that deserves mention, and that's the democratic drubbing the Prime Minister and his party got last Thursday. And I know that they might want to hide from that reality, but the message from people right across these islands was crystal clear. The people made clear that this is now a Prime Minister facing his final days in office and a Tory government that it's on its last legs. And I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that Scotland sent the strongest message of all. Now, I understand this might be a wee bit uncomfortable listening for the opposite benches, but they need to hear it all the same, because they need to hear what Scottish democracy is telling them and has been telling them for years. Last Thursday, Mr. Speaker, saw the best ever result for pro-independence parties in the local elections. The Scottish National Party is the largest party in the largest number of councils, the greatest ever result in a local election in our party's interest. This is, Mr. Speaker, the 11th election victory in a row for the SNP, and it's the 8th election in a row that the SNP has won under the leadership of Nicola Sturgeon. Mr. Speaker, a party in government winning more votes than winning more seats. Can you imagine that, Prime Minister?
No, I can't.
So, that's what we did. What about the Conservatives? Down by 100,000 votes. and they lost 66 seats in Scotland. And the worst news for all of them is after all of that, they've still kept their leader. So, democracy has spoken in Scotland. It's spoken before, and it will speak again and again. And all our democratic decisions are saying exactly the same thing. Scotland rejects this Westminster government. We reject the Tory party, and we are demanding the choice of an independent future. Because the Scottish people know the cost of living with Westminster. We know the price we pay with a Prime Minister and the price of being stuck with a Tory government we didn't vote for. And it's a price none of us in Scotland, not one of us, can afford to pay any longer. And at that I will give way.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. And I'd like to ask him a direct question. How does it feel that 8 years after Scotland so conclusively said no to separation, that the pro-independence parties are still getting the same proportion of votes as they achieved 8 years ago, despite everything that's been thrown at us and despite, frankly, everything that we've thrown at ourselves? When will the right honourable gentleman admit that the game is up?
Well, I have to say, and I'm going to call him my honourable friend because I do enjoy his company, but I have to say to him that if the game is up, if the game is up for anybody or any party, then the game is up for the Tory party in Scotland, and the game is up for the Union. And I say to him that he needs to reflect on the fact that the SNPs won the last 11 elections, as I said. We went to the public and we asked for a mandate to have an independence referendum. Well, I hear from a sedentary position we didn't get one. I would ask honourable members opposite to reflect very carefully. Because when we consider the first past the post elections firstly to the Scottish Parliament last year, we won 62 of the 73 seats. And there is, Mr Speaker, a pro-independence majority in the Scottish Parliament. And we hear in the Queen's speech today about respecting democracy. Why are the Scottish Conservatives and those in London denying democracy for the people of Scotland? How many times, Mr Speaker, how many times do the people of Scotland have to elect the SNP into government and Westminster says no? What price democracy? What price democracy, Mr Speaker, when this place ignores the sovereign right and the will of the Scottish people? And I will tell you this, that a day of reckoning will come for those that are seeking to frustrate the rights of Scots to have a referendum, because, Mr Speaker, that day will come. And that day will come, and not only will there be a referendum, but we will win that referendum, because, Mr Speaker, that is what democracy is about.
Am I right, honourable friend? Give way. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Does he agree with me that the reason that this shower of corrupt criminal Conservatives are blocking Scotland's right, Scotland's democratic and legal right to have a democratic mandate over their own future, is because they know.
David Davis.
Mr Speaker, it is in breach of this House's regulations that somebody calls somebody else a criminal in this chamber.
Corrupt.
It wasn't a particular member, as you know. What I will... Just a minute. I don't think I need any help. What I would say is we want moderate and tolerant language that doesn't bring this House or expect members outside to copy the behaviour. I want good behaviour and I want moderate language. I want people to think before they speak. Ian Blackford, no.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I agree with my honourable friend, and I'll come on to...
We don't want to get into this.
I will come on to these points in just a second, but let me say respectfully in particular to the member for West Aberdeenshire and from the member from Banff Buchan, because I think they know that a referendum will come. And let me take the warnings from the Speaker about behaviour in this House and how we should all reflect on our behaviour and how we all interact with each other. And that goes right across the House, and I say that to my friend from Edinburgh South sitting on the Labour front bench as well. That when we have that referendum, it's implicit on all of us that we engage constructively. And let's examine, and by all means pull apart, the arguments for or against Scottish independence. But let's treat the electorate with respect. And let's trust the electorate who have given the Scottish Government that mandate to have that referendum. Mr. Speaker, the most... I hear what you did in 2014. The point is that the electorate are given a choice in election to elect a government, and a government that has a mandate for an independence referendum. And let's not forget that in 2014, we were explicitly told that if we stayed in the United Kingdom, that our rights as European citizens would be respected. And what did this House do to Scotland? This House took Scotland out of the European Union against its will. And it's perfectly right, under those circumstances, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Scotland have got the right to revisit whether or not they wish to become independent. I'm going to make some progress. The most glaring omission in this Queen's speech is the complete lack of any immediate action to help people with the biggest inflationary crisis in 50 years. Democracy spoke last Thursday, but it's pretty evident that the government hasn't listened. And what we saw from the Prime Minister today, he certainly hasn't learned. Because, of course, people turned out last week to punish the Prime Minister for the scandal of Partygate. Let's not forget, the public know that this Prime Minister is the only Prime Minister that has found to have broken his own laws in office and still sits here as Prime Minister. That should shame this House as it shames us. But the electorate also turned out to punish a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who have been so consumed by the crisis of Partygate that they've failed to lift a finger to fight the Tory-made cost of living crisis. Mr. Speaker, as the Bank of England confirmed last week, the occupants of number 10 and number 11 Downing Street have now led us to the brink of recession. As my friend, the member for Glasgow Central, has said, the very first line of the Queen's speech should have been a commitment to bring forward an emergency budget. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the emergency budget that we need? An emergency budget to tackle now the rising cost of energy, of fuel and of food.
On that point, would you give way? Thank you. I'm grateful to him for giving way. Would he agree with me that it is remarkable that for a government that says it cares about the cost of living crisis, there was absolutely nothing new in this Queen's speech, for example, around a mass home installation programme, which would be the cheapest, most effective, fastest way of getting our emissions down, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs, tackling climate emissions as well, yet we've had nothing new in this Queen's speech on that at all.
My honourable friend is right. There's nothing in this Queen's speech to deal with the cost of living crisis, nothing to deal with home insulation. And, you know, in the Scottish Parliament, the cooperation, the collaboration between the SNP and the Greens is an example where two parties can come together to make sure that we prioritise the climate emergency, something really missing from this Queen's speech today. Mr. Speaker, Scottish Power have already called for urgent action. They have called for £1,000 bill discounts for 10 million families before energy bills rocket by another £900 this autumn. And yet, once again, nothing from the Prime Minister and the Chancellor in this Queen's speech. In fact, the Chancellor has already told us that this strategy to tackle the cost of living crisis is literally to sit in his hands because he thinks it would be silly to act. Silly to act at a time that people are facing tough decisions and whether to turn the heating off, whether they can afford to put food on the table. And the Chancellor thinks it's silly to act. That tells everything that we need to know about the humanity and the compassion of this Conservative government. And yet, just like the Spring Statement, nothing has come from this government. This Queen's speech represents one more missed opportunity. And I can give the Prime Minister some suggestions. He could have matched the Scottish child payment, which doubled in April and will increase to £25 per week per child by the end of this year. Positive action to help those most in need. It could have matched the increase in Scottish issued social security payments by 6%. It could have done what governments are supposed to do in emergency, help people through it. By any measure or meaning, this government fails on all counts. Mr. Speaker, another gaping hole in this programme is when it comes to energy policy, as has already been raised. As my friend, the member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, has rightly said last month, the Prime Minister's energy strategy is nothing more than a contract, lacking any substance or ambition. The lack of ambition to drive growth and green investment and forge the path to net zero, not to mention an industrial strategy to back it up, fails this and future generations. That lack of ambition won't help investment in renewables, and it won't help a just transition, and it certainly won't help consumers now or in the long term. And as for us in Scotland, a country so rich in energy potential, it is fleecing us of our green present and future.
On that point.
I will happily go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the right honourable member for giving way. His constituency and my constituency border the Comedy Firth, which has the Nig fabrication yard where many of the mightiest platforms, oil production platforms in the North Sea were constructed. Would it not be a positive suggestion to Her Majesty's Government that we should power ahead with building floating offshore wind structures in the Highlands of Scotland, and that would help the Prime Minister and it would help us in Scotland as well?
I'm very grateful for that intervention, and I agree 100% with what he said. In fact, he and I have been talking about that over the course of the recent months. There is fantastic potential for the Highlands, and not just for the Highlands, but for the whole of Scotland, to benefit from the industrial revolution that will come from the opportunities in green energy. And, Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that we learn from the lessons of the past, that we are able to capture that supply chain. And if we go back to the 1970s, Nig was a thriving industrial base, thousands of jobs in that community supporting the oil industry. And I know that my honourable friend, like I, wants to see the Highlands and Islands being a thriving area where there's an industrial future for us. But yes, absolutely, we need the UK Government to help us on that. And I look forward to, together with my honourable friend, having discussions with the Government and exactly how we take that forward. I can see the Secretary of State for Scotland nodding, so perhaps we can discuss that over the coming days. Since the start of this year alone, we know that the UK Government has profited by at least £1.7 billion from the revenues that have been brought in from North Sea oil. All that revenue from Scotland's resources, and still, this UK Government is refusing to match the Scottish Government's £500 million Just Transition Fund to help ease resilience on fossil fuels. And still, Mr. Speaker, no commitment to carbon capture and storage in Scotland's North East. Not only is this with the Westminster Government harming our planet, they are holding Scotland back.
I'm genuinely grateful for the right honourable gentleman for giving way, particularly on the Scottish cluster being so important to my constituency in Banff and Buchan. Would he agree that the UK Government has thus far committed £41 million to that project, but that wasn't what I wanted to intervene on. What I wanted to intervene on was his mention of the £500 million Just Transition Fund for the North East of Scotland. Could he do what his colleagues from Kilmarnock, Loudon and Aberdeen South haven't been able to do thus far, and describe in detail what is that £500 million going to be spent on in the North East of Scotland?
It's not being spent.
Well, let me just say to the honourable gentleman that we've been shortchanged on not getting carbon capture and storage in Scotland. Twice now we've been promised it was coming. And we all know in Scotland that getting carbon capture and storage in the North East of Scotland with the Acorn project is absolutely instrumental in getting to net zero by 2045. It's absolutely instrumental in making sure that Grangemouth has a green chemical future. And there can be no more dithering, there can be no more delay. And the Acorn project must be greenlit, and it must be greenlit now. Now, I'll say to the honourable member that yes, we will spell out exactly the plan for that £500 million transition fund. And I'll say to him, I'll say to the House now, that we will take our responsibilities on these benches, and together with my friend from Kilmarnock and Loudon and my friend from Aberdeen South, we will be speaking more on our future energy potential for Scotland, because we will accept our responsibilities to deliver that energy strategy, to deliver that industrial policy which is lacking from those on the government front bench. And of course,
bargain for more funding. They won't come.
Mr. Speaker, I've concentrated on what the legislation in this Queen's Speech fails to do in terms of tackling the cost of living crisis and our green future. But what the legislation in this Queen's Speech does propose to enact is every bit as harmful. Because at the heart of the session's programmes, there's a twin track that needs to be challenged, an attack on devolution, an attack on human rights law. As the Prime Minister gets increasingly vulnerable and desperate, it is probably no surprise that he's reached back for the policy that got him the job in the first place, Brexit. The Brexit Freedoms Bill to repeal EU retained law and the other Brexit legislation in his Queen's speech represent a race to the bottom on standards. The very idea that Westminster will be able to strike down devolved legislators' retained EU laws is the latest and only the latest in a long line of Tory power. I mean, the Prime Minister shakes his head, but that's the reality. We've seen it over the course of the last few years. The Scottish Parliament have the right to retain EU law because we have the opportunity and the right to find our way back into the European Union. And we won't be denied the right to retain EU law, and we won't be denied the right to an independent future in Europe. And the same applies to our human rights laws. The proposal by this UK government to rip up the Human Rights Act is one more example of a government that is prepared to force through legislation that is not only immoral, but internationally illegal. The attack on human rights legislation is all the more concerning given the context of the continuing failure to respond compassionately and comprehensively to the ongoing Ukrainian refugee crisis, not to mention the anti-refugee bill that was passed in the previous session. The agenda of this Westminster government couldn't be clearer. A hostile environment to devolution, to human rights law and to refugees. And that agenda continues apace in the Queen's speech.
On that point, will he give way?
I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. Both the government's independent review of the Human Rights Act and the cross-party Joint Committee of Human Rights have found that there's no evidence base for replacing the Human Rights Act with a British Bill of Rights. So does he agree with me that the only reason the government are trying to do this is because as long as the Human Rights Act is on the statute book, it's a serious threat to their project of diminishing the accountability of the executive?
Absolutely. My honourable and learned friend is absolutely correct, and the public should be very afraid as to what this government's doing and the consequences of that, and to our hard-fought and hard-won human rights that have been built up over many decades. Mr. Speaker, I will.
I think the right honourable gentleman would probably accept that I give a lot of credence to the human rights of British citizens. But the primary argument I've seen with respect to the modification of the Human Rights Act is giving the government the ability to deport criminals, foreign criminals, who are being released from prison. This is an important right of a government, and surely that's worth having, if nothing else.
Well, I'm afraid that is a fig leaf, Mr. Speaker, for exactly what is going on, which is the attack on the rights that have been so hard fought and won over the course of the last few decades. All of this is the cost of living with Westminster, and it's exactly, Mr. Speaker, why Scotland wants out. So just as this, I'm going to have to make progress. So just as this Queen's speech seeks to, I hear Scotland doesn't want out. It doesn't want out.
You've not been watching.
Yeah, and I hope he rises to his feet at some point in the Queen's speech debate and tries to defend it. Because what I'll say to the honourable gentleman and I'll say to the Prime Minister is, we've got the mandate for an independence referendum. If he doesn't think that we're going to win it, let's bring it on and have the referendum. And I'll tell you what, he'll soon find that Scotland will vote for independence. So just as this Queen's speech seeks to entrench Brexit Britain, our Scottish Parliament will bring forward legislation to offer a very different future to our people. A positive and progressive future at the heart of Europe. And we're not seeking the Prime Minister's permission. The only permission that we need. We can see the Prime Minister just couldn't care less because he's sitting talking to his friends on the government front bench. That's the disdain. That's the disdain that we see for the people in Scotland from this government. They simply couldn't care less. So we're not seeking the Prime Minister's permission. The only permission we need, the only permission we will ever need, is the democratic permission of the Scottish people. And let's not forget that it's the people of Scotland who hold sovereignty. And you might want to listen to this, because let's not forget the legal opinion in the case of McCormick versus the Crown at the Court of Session in 1953, when Lord Cooper stated that the principle of the unlimited sovereignty of Parliament is a distinctly English principle that has no counterpart in Scottish constitution. It is, Mr. Speaker, unquestionably the right of those in Scotland to determine their own future. Those rights were enshrined in the claim of right that was so instrumental in delivering our devolved Parliament, and is the case today as we seek to exercise our rights in an independence referendum. Let me remind the words to the Prime Minister of Parnell, who used to sit on these very benches. No man has the right to fix the boundary of the march of a nation. No man has the right to say to his country, thus far shalt go and no further. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, the people of Scotland have spoken, and they want a choice. The choice to choose our own future. They spoke in the last Holyrood election, and they spoke again last Thursday. And the longer that Scottish democracy speaks, the louder it will get. If the Conservatives want to stand in the way, if they want to try and deny democracy, then they should well be warned. Democracy will sweep them away, just as their party was swept away last week.
I now come to the Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Can I say to the parliamentary leader of the SNP, it's a delight to follow him. Sometimes it's more of a delight to precede him. Today, I might just remind him that the electorate don't always vote in the same numbers the same way. Between 2010 and 2015, the SNP vote went up. The SNP vote went up after they lost the referendum. By 2017, their vote had gone down by about 26%. I think it's worthwhile looking through his notes, some of which he gave us this afternoon, to check how the figures change, and they may change again. I won't at the moment. I'm only talking about his speech at the moment. I haven't started talking about mine, if that's all right. I think that nothing I can say need detain the Leader of the House. The Prime Minister or the Leader of the Opposition, they want to go off, because I know they've had hard days. But what I want to say is that I'm concerned about people's home lives. 2 small changes to park home owners will make a great deal of difference. In 2010, the then Housing Minister said there would be park home reform. We haven't had it. We need to change from RPI to CPI pitch fees. That could be incorporated in the next finance bill, and I hope that that will happen. The second is the question of commissions. Why should those who are park home residents have to lose a significant part of the value of their home when they sell it? Those 2 things can be changed quite simply. The second, probably by a handout bill. There are plenty of MPs who may come up in the ballot. I haven't come up in the ballot in 4 to 6 years, who take that forward. But the RPI-CPI one is one which government can do quite easily. In the notes to the Queen's speech, and I can thank the government for giving us copious notes on the proposals in the Queen's speech, we learned that the number of social tenants is about 4 million, and the number of leasehold tenants, private tenants, about 4 million, private ones, social, and leaseholders, about 4.6 million. And the fastest growing proportion of home occupation are leaseholders. We won't get decent information from the last census, because the only choices people could put down was they owned their home or they were a tenant. And when I asked people what a leaseholder should say, I wasn't given a clear answer. People think they own them. They might have said, I own them. They're wrong. If they put down a tenant, they might have thought, I'm not actually, I'm a leaseholder. Why the people who compiled that census question couldn't actually wake up to the fact there are 4.6 million households, actually there are probably about 6 million to be complete, but let's take the 4.6 million. Why do we have our Office of National Statistics and our Department of what's now levelling up, allowing a question which doesn't allow accurate answers and totals to be given? Then on leasehold, the Department of Housing, Levelling Up, over the years has commissioned the Law Commission to make reports on what would make life easier, fairer and cheaper. We haven't had that legislation put forward. There are words about how something will happen in this Parliament. We know that uncontroversial legislation often comes into the last expected year of a Parliament and often can be lost if the election comes early. Let's assume the election is likely to come in May 2024. Will those 4.6 million leaseholders still be left hanging on the chance of the legislation not getting through both Houses of Parliament when it's been proposed. I asked the government to try to make sure that they get that legislation ready for the next session and get it through earlier as a priority. I suspect they could start in the House of Lords and get it through to the House of Commons fast, rather than having the controversial stuff starting here. I've spent about 15 years following others who are doing it for longer in trying to get justice for leaseholders. The number of crooks in the field, the number of exploiters, the number of heartless people, the sort of people who one could use parliamentary privilege on quite justifiably, need to be held back, and the ordinary people need to be brought forward. We heard in the debates on the Building Safety Bill how many people were stuck and how government eventually came round to making changes which are very welcome. On the fire safety defects, we know we have to find the problems, fix the problems, fund the problems, and then get the money back from those who haven't yet coughed up. I want to turn lastly, if I may, just to planning. Someone has started a petition, parliamentary petition number 611113, about banning development on farmland. That petition has been signed already in the last week by over 700 of my own constituents, let alone the many others. The person who wrote to me, who's not actually one of my constituents, said a migrating bird coming to the south coast might start thinking, I've got to the coast, I can rest. If you have a solid wall of housing between the south coast and the South Downs, they've got to go on miles more. That shouldn't be happening. And I put this particular plea through the Prime Minister to the Secretary of State for Levelling Up on the planning appeal, the appeal against the planning decision for a judicial review granted by the High Court in the last few days, where the Department for Levelling Up had one inspector who was about to approve the protection of the Goring Gap, Chatsmore Farm, between Goring and Ferring, one in Worthing, one in Arran District Council. That inspector was about to approve the protection of this area when a second inspector, much to everyone's surprise, allowed the building of over 400 homes on one of the very few agricultural fields between the South Downs and the coast on the west side of Worthing. That decision is now to be heard in the High Court. I asked the government to decide they will not oppose the application for judicial review, not oppose the overturning of the decision, cancel the decision, or at least let the court cancel it, and say they will never again allow two inspectors to toss a coin for development of major farmland in one of the very few areas in a built-up area. I would say that if we want local democracy, we need to trust local councils, but even if we can't trust local councils, and I frankly do, we can't trust a department, inspectorate, which allows two inspectors to make decisions which are incompatible with each other's responsibilities. I know that the political success of the Labour Party in Worthing will lead to a new leader of the council, but I'm delighted that the present leader of the Labour group on the council came to the Goring Gap at my invitation to make a speech in favour of asking government to solve this problem. I hope the leader of the opposition, who's visited on a couple of times, once telling people and the other time not telling people he was coming, and not telling, don't mind not telling me, he didn't even tell the Labour Party he was coming. He wanted the photograph. But things have changed since then. Let's hope that government can see sense and protect the Goring Gap, the Chatsmore Farm and local democracy.
Dave McHillier.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And Mr Speaker, we've got finally the Queen's speech, 30 bills, and what the Prime Minister calls fiscal firepower. Well, I can't see that fiscal firepower in what's being done to support our constituents, and I fear that many of these 30 bills are like so many of recent government policies, mere headlines, or worse, dog whistle headlines that appeal to a certain section of our electorate but do nothing to solve the real problems that our constituents face. I should declare at the outset, Mr Speaker, that I am a leaseholder in a property that is having cladding removed, and I concur completely with the honourable member for West Worthing about the challenges for that group of people and for leaseholders more generally. And it is disappointing that we still have so much work to be done on leasehold reform. But in Hackney South and Shoreditch, as in many constituencies up and down the country, we need real support for the people who've been left behind. In my constituency,
we see a huge challenge with 1 in 2 children living in poverty after housing costs are taken into account. And in London, we know that 60% of households in poverty are working households. That's an increase from 44% only a few years ago. And it's a reflection of the low pay that too many workers are paid and the high housing costs in constituencies like mine. So we all know that employment is a huge opportunity, but it is not a route out of poverty on its own for many people in London because of these high living costs. And that cost of living crisis is not just hitting those in constituencies like mine with those high prices, but biting everybody, biting now those who are just about managing, those who are on good incomes, but hitting huge increases to their fuel bills. And we know the government's response to that has been, from the Klarna Chancellor, lend the money now and people have to pay it back later, further indebting particularly the poorest households. So we need much better support for those left behind. And the government talks about levelling up. But in Hackney, we don't see much of this levelling up fund. We are the 7th most deprived local authority area in the country. But in the government's approach to levelling up, Hackney counts as priority 2. And yet, constituencies like Richmondshire, Derbyshire Dales and High Peak, which are respectively the 256th, the 265th and the 202nd most deprived constituencies in the country, are being prioritised over those children in my constituency living in poverty, living in overcrowded conditions, too often, sharing a bed with a parent up to the age of early teens because there is nowhere else for them to sleep, and struggling because of the challenges of the pandemic. They need support, and we must make sure, and this government needs to hear, that levelling up isn't just about levelling up in between different regions of the UK, but in parts of London within our amazing capital city. And of all people, the Prime Minister, who had the honour of serving as the elected Mayor of London, should be aware of that, and it is a shame on him that he is not tackling this head on. We need much better support, Mr. Speaker, for housing generally. I have more private renters in my constituency than I have homeowners, and more social housing tenants than both of those combined. And all have real problems. And the government is finally unveiling its renters reform bill, something that we're all keen to see. But just abolishing no-fault evictions isn't enough to solve the challenges of where people can live. You cannot live now in the private sector and grow a family, because even with no-fault evictions being abolished, if that does eventually happen, it doesn't make it a stable home, with rents escalating at the whim of the landlord. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Doesn't she understand, though, this gracious speech is all about levelling up and giving people more opportunity, and there needs to be a surge of private investment into these places with better paid jobs and better skills training and better education. That is the whole point of it, and will she support that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that's the whole point of it, forgive me, but I can't see that. I have the privilege of chairing the Public Accounts Committee, where we have looked at the Towns Fund and the levelling up approach. And it is a chaotic policy. It is a headline without proper detail and analysis about how to deliver this. Only the Bristol area has seen economic growth outside London over many decades now. It is a challenge for every government, but the idea that headlines saying it's going to happen are actually going to deliver is just for the birds. And we see this huge increase in private renters, and yet no real support for them. Where is the security? If you cannot afford to buy your own home, and you cannot qualify for social rented housing, which in my constituency is in massively short supply in any case, with hundreds, thousands of families living in massively overcrowded conditions. We've all been on the doorsteps a lot in the last week, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to always meet constituents. But when you keep meeting constituents who you knew when their children were toddlers, whose children are still living, sharing the bedroom, 2 or 3 of them, while their parents live in the living room, and those children are now young adults, it's not good enough. There is no hope for those people, because the government and these proposed bills do nothing to enable councils to build that important social rented housing, give better rights to renters, and provide a proper stepladder to purchasing your own home. Every policy so far has fuelled the equity in those who already own their home, rather than giving a real leg up to wannabe first-time buyers in constituencies like mine, where a two-bedroom modern flat, as I've said repeatedly in this House, Mr. Speaker, but I repeat it again, on the market for around £750,000. That's just for a two-bedroom leasehold flat. And as of June of last year, the median house price in the constituency was £600,000. But there aren't many. I'd be struggling to find a property for that price in many parts of my constituency. But that's a huge increase, 9.1% over the past 5 years. A house in Hackney costs more than 16 times the average Hackney salary. And that's not, and you know, Hackney has a range of salaries, though there are a lot of people at the poorer end. And 1 in 35 people in my constituency are recorded officially as homeless or in temporary accommodation. But that doesn't include those overcrowded ones, those who are overcrowded because there's no space for them to go, and those with no recourse to public funds who can't possibly afford to rent privately, even though they're working and certainly could never buy. And rents, as we all know, are very, very high. So we need much better support, and there's no real solution in this Queen's speech. And crucially, we need real support for a lost generation. Many people have been very badly affected by COVID. But a group that I worry about particularly are our children, who have lost out on 2 years of education. And hats off to the teachers and schools that kept educating them. But for many children, however well the school did, if you didn't have the technology at home, you were clustered around one computer and a mobile phone with poor data, that was never going to be the same as a classroom experience. So schools did the best they could, and many did a very, very good job. But there is a challenge for children who lost out on education, who will go through the system without catching up under the government's proposal. So I look forward to seeing what's in their bill. But realistically, and I've been talking to my schools about the cost of their energy bills as just one recent crisis. And the cost increase on their energy bills mean the choice between heating the school or losing a teacher. So having our children freeze in a classroom but being taught by a teacher, or a warm school where they can concentrate on learning but losing that crucial classroom teacher. That's the stark reality, and I'm happy to share with anybody in the government the figures from the schools that have provided it to me if we can work together for a solution on that. But the cost of catch-up is a cost that is absolutely vital we pay. It is taxpayers' money well spent to invest in the generation that will be the engine of our future, that will be the entrepreneurs. Because my constituency may be poor, but it has no poverty of aspiration. But unless we give those children the leg up now and the catch up now, they will not get the advantages that they should have. And we've seen the complete failure of the tutoring scheme, which my cross-party committee highlighted as a concern very early on. We said, where are these tutors that are going to go in and tutor? And of course, that contract has been axed. So we still need a lot of support. We're seeing children in years 7 and 8, according to teachers in my constituency, having to be taught how to do decent handwriting because they missed those crucial years at primary school. Pupils in years 7 and 8 losing out in some areas because the qualified teachers are focused on the exam years. And we all want our children to succeed, and the government needs to make sure that school funding is properly resolved. It's fallen in average terms, in real terms, per pupil by 1.2% for the most deprived fifths of schools, but increased by nearly 3% for the least deprived fifths of schools. Is this levelling up? It doesn't look like it to me. And the Prime Minister purports to be an intelligent man. I'm sure he can do the maths and work out that that means there's an awful lot of children losing out. I was pleased to see that the Victims Bill is finally, perhaps going to appear. It's only been in 3 manifestos and 4 Queen's speeches. But this is a real crucial problem. Again, my committee has looked at the backlog in the criminal courts. There are many factors to that, some of which cannot be resolved through legislation. The sheer grind of day-to-day delivery and government of decent public services is something that seems alien to the Prime Minister and his front bench. But that aside, we need this Victims Bill to support victims better. Like the woman in my constituency, violently attacked by her partner in front of her 7-year-old daughter. She went to the police. The court case was set for 2 years after that violent attack. It is no surprise that he has repeatedly broken his non-molestation order because he feels that he can get away with it scot-free. And this is happening to victims up and down the country. And for those particularly in that kind of domestic abuse situation, she has said to me, I just want to move, I want a shot of this. I don't want to be reliving this, nor do I want my daughter to relive this over the next 2 years. And if the Victims' Bill is to mean anything in terms of domestic violence, it needs decent options on alternative housing for those who are victims, because that's so often the break that those people need, and they cannot get it. In my constituency, with such a shortage of housing, that is a huge and ongoing issue. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the shortage of housing, and we need to get more houses delivered. So will she be supporting the reforms to the planning system that have been incorporated in today's Queen's speech?
Mr. Speaker, I will support anything that delivers the housing. I haven't had a chance to look at the detail. I think we do not yet know all of the detail. But absolutely, in my constituency, if there's a bit of land and nothing's moving on it, we are looking at it as an option for housing. But we cannot fit everything into an inner-city London borough. We need a better balance of housing, but we do definitely need that more affordable housing. And in a constituency like mine, we need more socially rented housing because the other options are not real options for people. People who've been housed in temporary accommodation in other boroughs outside of my constituency often want to move back. When they're on a 5-year lease, I say to them that is, at the moment, the current situation, thanks to this government, often the best you'll get. But when the rent is as high as it is in the private sector, they worry because they cannot survive without some benefit top-up if it fits in with the housing benefit cap. And so they are stuck in a terrible cycle of never being able to have a permanent home. I just wanted to touch on a couple of other issues that have been raised in a lengthy Queen's speech. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, talks about Brexit being done. Well, Prime Minister, you know and I know that it's not done, is it? It's far from done. And there is going to be a very long tail of changes that have been repeatedly delayed. There was no planning after the vote in 2016. We've seen import controls once again delayed, and it's not even clear what will change. Businesses are confused, people are confused, and that lack of planning is coming home to roost. So you can use the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, can use the slogans, but we can see through them, and he can have a peruse any day he wants of the committee reports that we've put out there highlighting these concerns. And the Queen's speech has got a whole chunk of dividing issues that the Prime Minister would love me to engage with now, but I'm not going to give him that satisfaction because I want real results for the people in my constituency, not the flim-flam and the cheap headlines of things that he hopes will start culture wars between members of this House and our voters, because everybody in this House and all our constituents know that the cost of living has to be a priority, that levelling up has to be a priority. I was pleased to see a UK infrastructure bank announced, Mr. Speaker, but I'm a bit puzzled because this is the same government that created the Green Investment Bank and then a few years later sold it off to the private sector. So if this infrastructure bank is going to invest in green technologies, well, good, if it works, but why have we had a decade of wasted time on that opportunity? In summary, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about bringing our country together and supporting people who need it. It's about division. Our Prime Minister has his head in the sand about real life and the real challenges of the cost of living and finding a home for so many of our constituents. There is no direction from this government that's flailing around trying to come up with a list of headlines, but unable to competently govern this country in the interests of the people I represent.
Honourable Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer members to my entry in the Members' Register. It is indeed a privilege to be able to speak in this debate on the humble address in Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee year. And as others have already spoken, everybody across this House, including myself, wishes Her Majesty all the very best and thanks her for her unstinting service and her exemplary devotion to duty. As others have done, I would also like to recognise the passing of 3 excellent members of this House, Sir David Amess, James Brokenshire and Jack Dromey. They all came into this House in order to make a difference, to improve people's lives, and they worked unstintingly to do just that. And I would like to congratulate my honourable friends and members for Beverley and Holderness and Brecon and Radnorshire for their absolutely excellent speeches in proposing and seconding this gracious speech of the humble address. I want to speak about a few of the elements of the government's programme that I very much welcome. The Modern Slavery Bill will cement the government's commitment to enhance the provisions on supply chains. I understand the first element will be an extension of the requirements on supply chains to public procurement, to government departments. This is important. In 2019, as Prime Minister, I committed the government to use its power of public procurement to actually ensure that it was cleaning up supply chains and cracking down on modern slavery. I genuinely believe that dealing with supply chains is one of the key ways in which we can ensure that we eradicate modern slavery. Business has a huge role to play here, so does government. Section 54 was important in the Modern Slavery Act, but of course it doesn't actually require action other than putting something in an account, in your report and accounts, which might be to say that you've done nothing about modern slavery. So it is excellent that the government is now moving this forward and going to enhance this legislation. I think it could be transformative. I also want to welcome the Social Housing Regulation Bill. One of the clear messages that came from residents and survivors of the terrible tragedy that was the fire at Grenfell Tower was the concern that for not just months but for years, the voice of residents in social housing had not been heard, had not been listened to by those in authority who had responsibility to respond. This was something that we then discovered from consultation across the country was not unique to Grenfell Tower, but sadly there were too many occasions where those responsible for social housing were simply not listening to the points that their tenants were raising. So it is important that we enhance the ability of tenants to have their voice raised, enhance the regulation regime, and ensure that we can do something which is so important in this country, which is to raise the value for people of social housing, so the stigma is not attached to social housing and being in social housing. We're all one community. The type of housing we live in should be irrelevant to how we are treated. And important here also is the Renters Reform Bill. I note the briefing says that it will provide 4.4 million households with more secure and higher quality homes. Renting is the only option for more and more people, and for some it is the flexible option that they actively want. But it isn't easy if you then live feeling that you could be evicted through no fault of your own. And dealing with those no-fault evictions was a commitment that has been made previously. I seem to remember my government made it, and I sincerely hope that it will now be enacted through this bill. When it comes to housing, it is important for the government to recognise the many concerns that were expressed by the public and by members of this House, across the House, on the elements of the planning white paper that the government published. And I understand that the Housing Secretary has heard those messages and is looking carefully at what should be in the planning bill. We do need more homes. We need to ensure they're in the right place. We need to ensure they're in designs that are actually in keeping with the community and the neighbourhood in which they are set. I believe the Housing Secretary is interested in these street votes, so that if in a street somebody wants to extend their house by 2 floors, they can have a vote in the street and the street will decide whether that's a sensible thing to do. Can I simply say to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister and others on the front bench, that I think the government needs to be very careful about the potential unintended consequences of such a move. I can well imagine a situation in which somebody persuades their neighbours in the street to agree to sorts of development that might enhance the value of their houses, but actually has a negative impact on the wider community and the wider neighbourhood. Looking at the issues of planning, and this ties in with the energy bill and issues in relation to the energy bill, I do wish the government, hope that the government, I urge them, to take the opportunity to move ahead in relation to building regulations, to ensure that we embrace now the standards that will be required for our reaching net zero. We are still seeing new homes being built with gas boilers. and those are going to be retrofitted in a few years' time. And so wouldn't it make more sense to actually make sure that the regulations ensure that we actually do take the moves now for net zero? But I welcome the energy bill, and there is much in there that will help us to move to net zero, and that is excellent. I also welcome the national security bill, which I expect will enhance our ability to deal with threats from hostile states. That is very important, it's increasingly necessary, and it is very timely. In relation to Northern Ireland, there is reference in the Queen's speech to the legacy bill. I think it is important, I've said it before in this House, that we reach a point where there is an ability to try to draw a line on the past, but that must be done sensitively in recognition of the sensitivities of all communities. I note there is no... I will give way to...
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think there's an explanation there. I was at the Nigerian embassy getting my pass so that I can go to Nigeria at the end of May. Can I ask the Honourable Lady, it's really important for my constituents, those who have lost loved ones. I can name them the Ballydugan 4, Stuart Montgomery, murdered by the IRA. Nobody ever made accountable. My cousin, nobody ever made accountable. I want justice. My relatives want justice. My constituents want justice. Does the Honourable Lady agree?
Can I say
Theresa May?
I say to the honourable gentleman, we welcome him back to his place in the chamber. That is why I say it is important that these issues are addressed sensitively. They have consistently been looked at by some of my colleagues in relation to those veterans who may find themselves being caught before justice. But what is important is that people who did lose loved ones during the Troubles, and the majority of those losses will have been at the hands of terrorists, but who did lose loved ones during the Troubles, are able to feel that sense of, first of all, actually understanding what has happened and being able to know what has happened. And I think this is one of the things that is driving the government's intention in relation to this bill. And they will want to be able to feel some sense of closure, which they have not been able to see for so many years. I note that there is no reference to what has been referred to in the papers as a bill in relation to, and I'm going to use the word, the Northern Ireland Protocol, and possibly to varying the terms of the treaty unilaterally. Can I say to my right honourable friend, and he will not be surprised if I say this, that I do not feel that that would be the right move for the government, that I think the government needs to consider not just some immediate issues, but also the wider sense of what such a move would say about the United Kingdom and its willingness to abide by treaties which it has signed. I will give way to the right honourable.
I thank the former Prime Minister for giving way. Can I say to her, with great respect that I hold her in, that surely what is more important here is the Good Friday Belfast Agreement and the need to protect the political institutions. I stood in the election last week. Not a single unionist member was returned to the Assembly that supports the protocol. There is no consensus for this. It needs to be dealt with. It is harming our economy. It is driving up the cost of living. It is undermining political stability in Northern Ireland. It threatens the Good Friday Agreement. It has to be dealt with.
Say to the right honourable gentleman that I put a deal before this House which actually met the requirements of the Good Friday Agreement and actually enabled us not to have a border down the Irish Sea or to have a border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Sadly, the DUP and others across this House chose to reject that, but it was just such an opportunity for what he wanted. Can I say to my right honourable friend that I am deeply disappointed that we only see draft legislation on a new Mental Health Act. The process for a new Mental Health Act was started in 2017. I've said once before in debate on the Queen's speech, previous Queen's speech, that I feared that we might not see a new Act until 2023. I now fear we might not see a new Act until 2024, and, given the proximity of potential general election, may not see a new Act in this Parliament at all. I have to say that I think those suffering from mental health deserve better from the government, and I would encourage action on introducing a new Mental Health Act. I'm also disappointed we don't have an employment bill, particularly to put through the policy of ensuring that tips that are left for waiters actually get paid to those individuals. It was a popular policy, and I would hope that the government will think again on putting it through. The final issue on which I'm disappointed is that we don't see a commitment to an independent public advocate. This was a 2017 manifesto commitment. I recognise my right honourable friend did not put it in the 2019 manifesto, but it was one of the key recommendations from the report I commissioned from Bishop James Jones. 33 years on from the Hillsborough disaster, I think it is time that we actually took action to provide much greater support for those families who lose loved ones in public disasters, and there have been other disasters since Hillsborough. I think it would be a very fitting legacy for those who sadly have lost their lives at Hillsborough and other disasters if we see that support being put in through an independent public advocate. And if I can just say to the front bench, the government doesn't need to do any work on it, because the honourable member for Garston and Halewood actually has a bill that is written and which I'm sure she will be aiming to introduce in this House and which could be supported. Now, my final comment is underlying the government's programme is the desire to level up the economy and encourage high-wage, high-skill jobs. A country that works for everyone is about levelling up opportunity across the country. Yeah. But the economic background against which the government is working does not make delivering on those aspirations easy. The cost of living crisis is making life difficult for many across the country. We have rising inflation, the need to restore public finances, the number of people who are economically inactive in this country is rising, as well as we've seen a hit to sterling, and forecast growth is well below trend. All those make for a very challenging environment. And it's a time like this that the Conservative principles of sound public finances and competent economic management are needed more than ever. And as we level up across the country, we should ensure that we're a government that doesn't just work for certain parts of the country, but a government that truly works for everyone.
Thanks. Great pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady, especially since the current Prime Minister entered office. And I agreed with a lot of what she said, especially on the need to move ahead quickly with new legislation for people with mental health issues, and what she said on social housing, and I thank her for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. She was missed today very much, and on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, I would like to send her our very best wishes. And we all look forward to celebrating the incredible milestone of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee next month. As an MP serving the Royal Borough of Kingston-upon-Thames, I know there'll be street parties galore across my constituency, demonstrating our patriotic and affectionate support for Her Majesty. I'd also like to pay tribute to three others whose absence we feel very acutely today: James Brokenshire, David Amos and Jack Dromey, parliamentary colleagues who sadly left us in the last 12 months. All three were MPs who command respect across the House, respect for their seriousness of purpose and their collegiate way of working. They are all missed in every corner of this House. I must also compliment the honourable members for Beverley and Holderness and Brecon and Radshire for their speeches today. The member for Beverley and Holderness was a well-respected chair of the Education Select Committee when he described the then Education Secretary's reforms as ill-conceived and incoherent. You'll be relieved to hear that his speech was neither of those things. And in my opinion, he is neither an old duffer nor a young thruster, but far more valuable than either of those, a member with an independent mind, Whip's office dream. And his mention of a royal commission to deal with political wrongdoing has given me an interesting idea that I think we should take up with ministers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are all servants of the Crown, but the member for Brecon and Radnorshire has taken that further than most when she worked for the Prince of Wales as a researcher. I'm not sure if she was consulted by His Royal Highness for today's gracious speech, but her speech was an interesting insight into the complex relationships between Conservative MPs and I thank her for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, this should have been a cost of living Queen's speech. Families and pensioners across the United Kingdom are facing the biggest squeeze on household budgets and living standards at any time during Her Majesty's whole long reign, going back to the 1950s. Yet the government's programme offered nothing. Now, there was a hint in the Prime Minister's speech, I don't know if you caught it. He said that there was going to be some measures brought forward by himself and the Chancellor in the next few days. Yet the press are reporting that the Treasury are saying they have no idea what the Prime Minister is referring to. So it would be wonderful if at least a minister from the front bench could enlighten the House, because our constituents need some help and there is nothing in this Queen's speech. When inflation is at 7% and rising, its highest rate in 30 years, predicted to get into double digits by the end of this year. And we've all heard from many constituents heart-rending stories about the sacrifices they are making just to try to make ends meet because of inflation. Parents going without meals to make sure there's enough food for their children. Pensioners huddled in only one room to keep their heating bills down. Families who've seen energy bills soar by £700 already and are now told to expect another £800 rise in the autumn. People desperately need more help from the government. But what have they received instead, Madam Deputy Speaker? Tax rises, broken election promises on pension rises, and wages rising far slower than inflation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's unfair tax rises could not have come at a worst possible time. And the government's rise in national insurance contributions, coupled with the freezing of income tax thresholds that they like us to forget, together they are hitting the low-paid really hard. When everyone really needs, what everyone really needs is an emergency tax cut. And that's why Liberal Democrats want an immediate cut in VAT. Our VAT cut idea would help everyone, would help small businesses and high streets, and would cut inflation. Yet by failing to cut VAT, and by choosing to make the cost of living emergency worse, this government has confirmed people's deep fears that they are government that just doesn't care.
Given the increase which is now reported in Treasury receipts due to inflation and due to the increased VAT receipts, does he not think it would be appropriate for the government to take that action? But does he also recognise that in doing so, VAT reductions could not apply in Northern Ireland, and people in Northern Ireland could not benefit from it because of the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Well, I hope the government will find a way of working with politicians in Northern Ireland to help people who are struggling. But he's absolutely right about the VAT point, Madam Deputy Speaker. The chance of getting £9 billion extra in VAT this receipts, over the prediction in the budget, £38 billion. And yet they say they can't afford a VAT cut. It's clearly nonsense. And at the local elections last week, people across the country rose up to say enough is enough. From Stockport to Somerset, Cumbria to Cambridgeshire, Harrogate to Harpenden, voters chose Liberal Democrats to be their local champions to fight for a fair deal for them and their communities. And for Liberal Democrats, that fair deal must start with real action to tackle soaring energy bills and rising food prices. And not just a VAT cut. We want to increase and extend the Warm Homes discount to help over 7 million people with their heating bills, and increase the winter fuel allowance to help pensioners betrayed by the Conservatives breaking their election promise on the pensions triple lock. Liberal Democrats want to help families and pensioners in rural areas who heat their home with heating oil or LPG, who aren't protected by the energy price cap. We would pay for this with a windfall tax on the super profits of the oil and gas companies. Only last week, we learned that BP and Shell are now raking in £1 billion in profit between them every single week from the same soaring gas and petrol prices that are making families suffer so much. Surely even this government can see in this economic crisis we need to cut taxes for families by asking these corporate giants to pay a little bit more. This government is failing so many groups. There's nothing to back British farmers, for example, who are at once some of the hardest hit victims of the cost of living crisis and yet crucial to solving food inflation for the rest of us. Yet instead of backing our farmers and our rural communities, the government is adding to their pain, selling them down the river with trade deals that allow low welfare foreign imports to undercut responsible British farmers, and cutting the payments farmers rely on, costing some of them up to half of their entire income. Quite simply, that risks driving many small farmers out of business altogether. In the southwest alone, farmers will lose almost £1 billion by the end of 2027 as a result of these Conservative policies. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government's programme not only fails to help people with the cost of living emergency, it also fails to address the crisis in our NHS and care services. Take our ambulance services. Many are in crisis. Resources have been slashed, and paramedics and handlers are not being given the support they need. In the southwest, if you're a stroke victim, you now have to wait almost 2 hours for an ambulance. That is a terrifying statistic. An average wait for an ambulance of almost 2 hours. And it's not just stroke victims. In Devon, an 88-year-old man, Derek Painter, lay in, and I quote, excruciating pain after he fell on the stairs. He waited 7 hours for an ambulance. That is just horrific. Thousands of people are watching loved ones in agony and distress. Some have even watched them die. This is heartbreaking, and it cannot go on. Can the Prime Minister, look these families in the eye in such distressing circumstances and tell them they've got a grip on this health crisis? And it doesn't just stop at the ambulance crisis. Over years now, this government has allowed our NHS to spiral out of control. Local health services are at breaking point following the Conservative government's broken promises to recruit more GPs. People are struggling to get appointments, and GPs are under more pressure than ever. And then there's the ticking time bomb of NHS dentistry, or the lack of it, forcing people to shell out hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds for private work because they cannot get to see an NHS dentist. There was nothing in the Queen's speech to tackle these health crises, and nothing for the social care crisis either. Last year, the government promised to reform social care, but all we got instead was an unfair tax hike. More than 1 million people are missing out on the care they need right now, and still the government is doing nothing to help. Nor is it doing anything to support the millions of unpaid family carers who are making big sacrifices to look after their families, their loved ones. They're already facing serious financial hardship. That was before the cost of living crisis struck. And they're now being pushed to breaking point. And they were, once again, forgotten in the Queen's speech. I've told ministers, I've told the Prime Minister on countless occasions about the everyday struggles carers face. The amazing Kingston Carers Network in my constituency tell me their members, like carers across the country, are desperate for a rising carers allowance and for respite services to give them a break. Yet even the government's promise of a week unpaid leave for carers, surely the very least the government can do, was missing from the gracious speech. It's just not good enough. Without these unpaid carers, these family carers, our health and social care systems would crumble. The government is ignoring them at their peril. Nor can it afford, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ignore the growing public anger about raw sewage being dumped into our rivers and seas. I see it in the Hogsmill River in my constituency, Kingston's blue jewel, and one of only 210 chalk streams in the world. Sewage pollution is killing these rivers and chalk streams and threatens the habitats of countless wild animals and soils the beauty of our precious local environment. I know other members across the country are seeing the same, with sewage being poured into their local rivers and streams and into the seas along our coasts, whether in Eastbourne or East Devon. Liberal Democrats have proposed tough new laws and a new sewage tax on water companies to end the dumping of raw sewage. And our constituents will not forget the government's failure to listen and include such measures in the Queen's speech today. I'm happy to go.
I'm very pleased he's raised the issue of sewage in our rivers and pollution. Does he not think the solution is to take all of our water companies back into public ownership and stop pouring millions of pounds of our water costs into the profits of the private sector, often in overseas locations?
I have to say I disagree with the honourable gentleman. I want a sewage tax. I want punitive laws, regulations on these companies who've been getting away with it. That is a way for much quicker progress. We can't wait any longer. We need clean rivers. We need clean seas. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Queen's speech comes not only at a challenging time for the UK domestically, it comes at a dark moment for us and for our allies, as Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine continues. I am proud of how we, on all sides of the House, have stood united in our resolve to support President Zelensky and the brave Ukrainians, fighting for the same fundamental values which we treasure so deeply, liberty and democracy. But we need to do more and send clear, strong signals. In this regard, I'm afraid that one thing in this address was conspicuous by its absence: a decision to reverse this government's cut to our armed forces, a cut of 10,000 troops. That cut is a deeply misguided policy at this perilous moment. Our national security has to be a priority. I urge the government to reverse this decision immediately and demonstrate to our NATO allies Britain's determination to stand up to aggression now and in the future. Thank you.
I now call to make her maiden speech Anna Firth.
Deputy Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech. It's a privilege to follow the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton. I hope the eloquence with which he makes his speech is infectious. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have spoken in the same debate as the Father of the House, my right honourable friend, the member for Worthing West. He's sadly not here, but I had hoped to tell him he sets a fine example, and I'm looking forward to addressing this place in 2070. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's the honour of my life to be the first MP to be elected for the new city of Southend. Yet I will never forget that the circumstances that have brought me here are truly horrific. Sir David was and remains a legend across the whole of Essex. An outstanding MP for Basildon for 14 years, and for Southend West for a further 24. Quite simply, Sir David embodied all that is good about our parliamentary democracy. He had a gift for building bridges across this house. And I think that everybody here misses his decency, his kindness, his smile, and his wicked sense of humour. Here in Westminster, it's already obvious to me how easily you could become disconnected from normal life and from the constituents we serve. Yet in nearly 40 years as an MP, that never happened to Sir David. He always remained absolutely dedicated to the people he represented. From his successful private members' bill on fuel poverty, still relevant today, to eliminating cruel tethering, Sir David championed causes close to his residents' hearts: animal welfare, the incredible Music Man project, endometriosis, and, of course, making Southend a city.
Carry on.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are others I would like to mention. The life of an MP is clearly demanding, but there are rewards and recognition that go with that. One group of people, however, share many of the pressures of our journey, but little of the recognition. So I want to pay tribute to Lady Amos and her 5 children. No one, I repeat, no one has paid a higher price for our democracy than they have. As we continue on with our lives, theirs has been shattered forever. The dignity, love, and spirit of reconciliation that they have shown has been an inspiration to me, and I know the whole House would wish to join me in telling them their sacrifice, their contribution to our democracy will also never be forgotten. I would also like to pay tribute, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the other mainstream parties who chose not to contest the by-election, proving once again attacks on our democracy will only ever bring us closer together. Madam Deputy Speaker, Southend West is a wonderful constituency. Award-winning beaches, the earliest recorded woodland in Essex, an international airport, nationally important wetlands, and the beautiful town of Leigh-on-Sea, where I was born and love living. Arrive from London, Madam Deputy Speaker, by road, turn right towards the sea, and there, spread out before you, is, in my opinion, the most captivating view in the southeast. And that is the view, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Admiral Blake would have seen in 1652 when he brought the crippled English fleet back from the Anglo-Dutch War to Old Leigh for refitting. Spurning instructions to go to Medway, Blake knew then, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we all know now. The only way is Essex. 2 months later, Blake left Old Leigh with the biggest and the best equipped fleet the nation had ever set to sea. But there's much more. Mr. Speaker, delicious shellfish and cockles are still fished daily in my constituency, and our picturesque high streets sport a wealth of independent businesses, including the internationally renowned Ross's ice cream and the best fried donuts in the country. So it's no wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Times recently announced Leigh-on-Sea as one of the best places to live in the country, proclaiming it fresh air and funkiness in buckets and spades. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also have a very proud tradition of sea bathing in Southend West. Indeed, we have the largest collection of historic swimwear in the country. Changing facilities, however, have always been controversial. Historic reports from the 1900s detail men not queuing for bathing machines, choosing instead to rummage around in Macintoshes to get changed. Men who performed this indecent act were fined 5 shillings, with the last man prosecuted in the 1950s. In court, he was told, surely it's time to give it up, but purportedly replied to the judge, if he didn't mind, he would stick it out for a little longer. There is, of course, much more to Southend West than our beautiful seafront. From internationally significant heritage sites, such as the Saxon Prittlewell Prince Burial, a stunning medieval monastery, and the 17th century London shipwreck, to Chalkwell's famous Rose Garden and the Palace Theatre, which previews many West End shows, Southend, Madam Deputy Speaker, is absolutely worthy of being the UK City of Culture in 2029.
Here we go.
Exactly. You may think the calls for for Southend to be a city have finished. I can tell you, they've only just begun. Absolutely. But what makes Southend truly special, Madam Deputy Speaker, are its people. Positive, talented, hard-working and entrepreneurial. And I'm so proud to represent them. Give a Southender a lemon, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you will not just get lemonade, you will get limoncello. Because Southend West is home to Tapped, an international cocktail success story started in the founder's kitchen around lockdown. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Conservative, I believe in equality of opportunity. After wartime service, my grandfather worked for Southend General Post Office for over 25 years. My grandmother was a dinner lady. Above all, they valued education. My mother, Dr. Margaret Garrett, went to Westcliff High School for girls. And that was the making of my mother and of my family. And I'm delighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they are here today, including my wonderful husband, Edward, and my son, Piers. But that's why championing Southend West's great schools is so important to me, including our world-beating grammar schools. And it's also why I welcome this Queen's speech with its commitment to turbocharging school standards, school attendance, a register to make sure we don't have invisible children in the system, and greater safeguarding, and also fairer funding. Ensuring that every child in our country receives a quality education is the only way to achieve true equality of opportunity for all. But that must apply to healthcare too, which is why I also welcome this government's commitment to the NHS. Every 45 minutes, a man dies of prostate cancer in this country, including my own father 18 months ago. His treatment by the NHS was exemplary. But there are now new and better ways of treating prostate cancer, particularly earlier screening. And that's why I will be a loud voice for the brilliant Southend charity Prost8 and its groundbreaking work in this area. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, as Disraeli once said, you could not have a softer climate nor sunnier skies than at Southend. I cannot hope to replace my predecessor, but I can promise to work hard every day to make the new City of Southend a beacon of enterprise, unity, kindness and opportunity.
Tony Lloyd.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say what a delight it is to follow the Honourable Lady for Southend West in her maiden speech. And I, like other members of the House, would very strongly empathise with her remarks about David Amos. He was a friend to many of us, absolutely somebody who did cross the best of this House of Commons of ours. He will be a very tough act to follow, but the Honourable Lady's speech, I think, does show why she is now the Member of Parliament to take on David's many, many battles. I would say this as well. As a Northerner, I for a long time thought Leon C was as credible as the Wigan peer. But I can well empathise and sympathise with the visions of those be-mat-wearing people changing on the beach, because this would happen in the rather cooler climes of Blackpool and Southport in the north of England. But may I wish the Honourable Lady every success in the role that she's established. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen's speech was, for I think many of us, a tale of almost of two countries. A vision that the Prime Minister would seek to set out of a country going forward, but the reality for many of our constituents of a country, frankly, this is in reverse gear. My constituents over the course of this election and other areas where I was able to knock on doors tell me that they are actually in many cases frightened. They're frightened like one of my constituents whose husband had to wait 7 hours for an ambulance, like my constituents who are on waiting lists which seem to grow and not get shorter, and who are frightened about their health, frightened even about the possibility of early death while they're on those waiting lists. My constituents in school are concerned about their futures because they can't see the high quality education that is there in the brochure but isn't being delivered in the ground because of underfunding. Not lack of good teachers, but lack of enough teachers and investment in our education. But my constituents at the moment are particularly frightened, I think, about issues like housing. My honourable friend for Hackney made the point about London. The London housing market is a very unique one. But actually the lack of social housing, the lack of affordable housing across this country of ours is very much the same. And there is a housing crisis in my constituency, and there is nothing in this Queen's speech that touches on that. The biggest issue, though, undoubtedly, and I've not had such a large number of emails at a personal level, is people's concerns about the cost of living crisis. You know, when we've got, again, a tale of two countries, the Centricas of this world, the BPs of this world, the Shells of this world, making record profits, many of it going to their already well-heeled shareholders, and yet my constituents and those of honourable members on both sides of this House who have already seen a 50% increase in the cap, the energy cap, and are likely to see an equivalent increase later on this year, they're frightened of what that means. People who really are frightened to put the heating on, people who are frightened to cook and to use the oven, people who simply don't know how they'll make things through the end of the month. A woman who wrote to me, she's a teacher, a single parent mum, and as a single parent mum she was able to buy her own home, but she tells me she's frightened that she may have to sell that home because she doesn't know how she can continue to afford the upkeep on it. And that's somebody not at the what we would think of at the worst off end. A professional teacher should simply not be in that position, but she's frightened for her children, frightened for her budget. A family who's where the wife was telling me she's concerned that her husband, even though she herself is in work, is going to lose the car that he gets because he's disabled. The thing that gets him around gives him his own life support mechanism. Frightened that will go, and makes the point that her benefit, that his benefit increase rather, even though she's in work, for his disability at 3.1% is de facto a serious decrease, with inflation likely to hit 10% later on this year. Pensioners who, again, are concerned about how they make ends meet. Pensioners who've seen the government break its promise of the triple lock, and pensioners who have seen a 3.1% increase in the pensions, but actually who are facing inflation at levels way above that. These are people who are very concerned about the future of this country and cannot see the glossy brochure that the Prime Minister is giving us. And we've got to do something about this. We've got to do something about a situation where it isn't just those that seemingly the lowest economic groupings in our society who are suffering. People across the piece who are worried. And there are things the government can do. We know even had they increased the national minimum wage to the £10 that many on this side of the House argue, even now the increase, that 50% increase, 50 pence increase, would yield something in the order of £900 a year to those in receipt of that. That, even after tax, would go some way to paying the increase of energy costs. Why did the Chancellor not do that? So these are important issues. We can, and even now could, do that. We could see a reversal of some of the tax increases the government's brought in recognition that those penalise those on average incomes, those on lower incomes. That would be the right thing to do in a responsible society. To say to those better off in our society, maybe they should, people like me actually, now over retirement age, who pays no national insurance. That's got to be wrong in our society. Why should I not, who still get the benefits of working, the benefits of our national insurance system. Why should I not be making my contribution? Why should not those on higher incomes be paying national insurance pro rata to those incomes? Let the strong look after those who are weaker. We say that to our police officers. You who are strong look after those who are weak. We say that to those with the brains to run our hospitals. Those of you who are strong look after the vulnerable. Why don't we say to the better off, you help look after those most in need? Because that is the mantra of a fair society. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the Queen's speech as well, I did look for other issues. For example, what are we going to do about the climate crisis? It's already been mentioned. There is nothing that's on the face of the Queen's speech, or even in the government's puffing around it, that gives us any indication that there will be the investment in home insulation, which is absolutely fundamental if we are going to tackle the climate crisis. There are many things the government can be doing. It would create jobs, it would create skills. It seems so obvious that a crash and emergency programme of home insulation would be part of moving the nation in the right direction. It's simply not there. That would be good to save energy costs. It would be great to save this planet. Let's do it. But it's not there. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many other things that could go on, but I do want, if I may, to turn to the situation in Northern Ireland. Now, I'll tell you to my friends from Northern Ireland, both here and elsewhere, Northern Ireland now is in a political crisis, we know that. Yeah. But you know, I spent part of my own time when the Stormer Assembly was not meeting, talking to many different people about the needs for constructive and effective executive in the north of Ireland, because the needs of the people of Northern Ireland are very similar to the needs of my constituents. It's an underfunded and badly structured health system. It's the absolute reality that the cost of living crisis is hurting people. It's real concerns about the investment in education in the north of Ireland. These are things that are common across the piece. They don't have tribal identities or whatever. And I would say to honourable members here present, actually I understand that the debate about the protocol has to go on. We'll agree and disagree on some aspects of it. But actually, in the end, having an effective executive is something that does matter. We'll say to the Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley, when he talks about permanent political instability, this isn't the message of a constructive process that devolved government ought to be about. I believe in devolved government because I believe it's good for the people of Northern Ireland. But as we sit at the moment, we don't face that constructive devolution if instead we have once again a boycott.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. My party believes in devolution very strong indeed. It's done a lot of the heavy lifting to make devolution work, more than many others. But I'll tell the honourable member this gently. The cost of living crisis is accentuated in Northern Ireland by somewhere in the region of between 27 and 34% of higher costs because of the border on the Irish Sea. It has got to be removed, or else that crisis will go on and will poison all relationships and the economy.
Well, let me say, I understand that his party is committed to devolution. They were part of making that devolution process work over the years, and that transformed the situation on the ground in Northern Ireland. I know this. But what I would say to him is that the Prime Minister's protocol is something that has to be debated in this chamber. Members of the DUP are here to debate that in this chamber, and I hope they do take that opportunity. But stopping reform of the health service, stopping the kind of things that could be done about the cost of living crisis in terms of education, etc. These are things that are here and now, and I implore them to think seriously about what that does. What we can unite on, though, across all parties in Northern Ireland is this, is that, and the Honourable Member for Strangford made a very important comment earlier on about the legacy of the Troubles. And one of the things that over time I've listened to many victims and the families of victims of the Troubles, and their common insistence still that they want justice. And I fear that this amnesty proposal, this blocking of things like inquests, is going to prevent that search for justice, and actually that does unite people across the political divide in Northern Ireland. Of course,
Thank you for giving way, and I know that he doesn't want a speech dominated by the Northern Ireland issue, but would he accept that not only is the Northern Ireland Protocol adding significantly to the cost of living crisis in Northern Ireland and slowing down the recovery of the Northern Ireland economy from COVID, but it also poisons the very essence of the Belfast Agreement and therefore stops the working of the institutions. It removes democracy because it does not just Unionist members, but all members on the Assembly will not have any say on 60% of the laws. It removes the principle of consent because not one Unionist member supports the protocol, and yet it would be the role of those members in the executive in Northern Ireland to implement the very protocol that the Unionist population are being damaged economically and constitutionally by.
Well, we can continue to debate the protocol, and no doubt will, and the different views on its impact. There are those, and honourable members in this House know this, in Northern Ireland who say, in actual fact, business wants to get on and make the protocol work. But nevertheless, we'll continue to debate this issue, of course we will. But nevertheless, the central point I'm making is this, is that to delay reform of education, to delay the important investment and the good governance of Northern Ireland is a very high price to pay for not bringing the matter of the protocol before this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've probably spoken enough. I just want to say two kind things about the government. It's Queen's speech. One is the victims, the potential for something about victims, and that's a major step forward, really important. And the second, of course, is to see some progress on the governance of football. It may seem like a periphery to many people, but football actually does matter. It is our national game, and actually making sure we get this right is something that is important. So I look forward to seeing the details of this, because they've got to be got right.
David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to follow the Right Honourable Member for Rochdale. I've followed him over the years many times, and whilst I may not always agree with him, he always speaks with level-headed common sense, and that's a privilege for the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, the proverb tells us the good die young. And in this House, that couldn't be more true than this year, with three of our most valued members, David Amos, James Brokenshire and Dromey, all leaving us before their time. And David Amos was a particularly close friend of mine, and so it's a particular privilege to speak after his successor in her storming maiden speech. Indeed, when she was telling her Macintosh joke, I was reminded of a maiden speech about 30 years ago on those benches when a rather striking red-headed Scot Nat made a absolutely stonking speech, maiden speech. And I think it was John Smith jumped up and said, "That was no maiden speech, that was a brazen hussy of a speech." Well, hers was too elegant to say that of it. She was much more elegant than that. But I'll say this to her. And perhaps it's the greatest compliment I can give her. And as I say, David would have been proud of me. Now, I want to make some simple points, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, fairly quickly. But there's a great deal to welcome in this Queen's speech, in 38 bills, and those who have been poo-pooing them perhaps ought to wait until they see the details of some of them. The tackling of economic crime, embracing the freedoms that Brexit offers, that's too late. Reforming and securing our energy supply, resolving the Northern Ireland legacy issues. These are all massively important issues, and there are many others like them, which should get our undiluted support. There are some, and the front bench would be disappointed if I did not say this, there are some which perhaps require more careful handling. For example, the online safety bill, a very necessary and well-intentioned bill, but is so complex will have dozens of unintended consequences, including possibly curbing free speech unintentionally. So we have to make sure we give the time to that, to look at it carefully. Similarly, the National Security Bill, undoubtedly a necessary bill, but we're going to have to handle it carefully because it replaces the Official Secrets Act, and we must make sure it does it in a way which does not curb the rights of honourable whistleblowers, for example, whilst protecting the state from its enemies. Now, a Queen's speech is built on sand if it's not underpinned by strong economic foundations. Indeed, in the actual Queen's speech, it said the government will drive economic growth to improve living standards and fund sustainable investment in public services. But taxes today are too high. So we need to get some fundamentals right. High taxes don't deliver growth, they stifle it. Yep. Low taxes deliver investment. Low taxes deliver higher productivity. Therefore, low taxes deliver growth. Therefore, low taxes is the preemptive answer to stagflation, which is the biggest threat on our horizon in the coming year. So I would say to the House that I rather agree with some of the points coming from some of the opposition benches about the need for an emergency budget. I don't agree with the argument for windfall taxes. I think that would defeat itself. But there's certainly need to act quickly. And the Prime Minister, I think, used the phrase deploying our fiscal firepower. Well, we need to deploy our fiscal firepower now, when our constituents need it, not after they've already suffered the increases in prices they face now and the more that they'll face in the latter part of the year. Now, this is a good Queen's speech. I will give way to me.
And he's absolutely right that lower taxes now put money in the people's pockets to allow them to spend on the kind of things that they are finding it difficult to spend on at present. But is he worried that there seems to be this attitude using the firepower in a couple of years' time coming up to the election will be seen as cynical rather than dealing with the issues now which are hurting people and hurting them badly?
Exactly right. It's quite plain. If we increase, for example, national insurance for a large part of the population, and that increases their suffering in not being able to eat and heat the house at the same time, and then 1 year before an election we drop the income tax, I'm afraid in the working men's clubs of Yorkshire, that would be seen as a cynical deployment of the state power. And I suspect the same in Belfast, and I suspect the same in the rest of Northern Ireland, where, as we've heard already, it's a bigger problem even than in the rest of the United Kingdom. So, yes, absolutely, that's right, and that's why we should give the people their money back now. My right honourable friend, I'll give way to him. I was about to quote him.
Would my right honourable friend agree that as there's going to be a big windfall element in extra North Sea oil and gas taxation, which already has a double corporation tax windfall element, and a big increase in VAT on domestic heating, and a big increase in tax on pump diesel and pump petrol, at least that money should be given back by other tax cuts?
My right honourable friend is right. I mean, in fact, so much so. He has been the icebreaker in this argument. I refer to it as the Redwood argument. We have record tax collections this year, record tax collections because of fiscal drag and a variety of other reasons, underestimates by the Treasury, and that's the money we should give back to the people. We don't need to balance the budgets twice over, we need to get that right. Now, there are elements which I think we need to reinforce or increase of what the Queen's Speech is talking about. I mean, my favourite line in the Queen's Speech is the same one every year. It's other measures we put before you. And I want to speak just to those for a moment now. We're Conservatives, we believe in a property-only democracy. And governments for 30 years, governments of all powers, all persuasions, and for 30 or more years, since Margaret Thatcher, in truth, have failed in this regard. They've failed. My generation, 2/3 of people bought their own home. Today, it's a quarter. That is a scandal. And it's, of course, you know, I approve of the Prime Minister talking about the right to buy for housing associations. I should do. I first came up with the policy in 2002, and it was my responsibility. And we still haven't done it. But that won't solve the problem. We're 1 million houses short, at least, in a period in which we've had 7 million people increase in population. We're about 100,000 houses a year short in terms of what we're constructing in addition to that million. So what we need to do is to find a way which doesn't hit what people call the NIMBY problem, but which is people talking about their own environment and protecting their own environment in objective things. You need to find a way around that, and I think we need to look very hard, as was done before in the 20s, at garden villages and garden towns, and using the increased wealth created by them to actually pay for the resources, the community centres, the surgeries, the schools, the roads, the Wi-Fi. That is necessary, and there'll be plenty of added value to make the farmers rich at the same time. So it will be politically not straightforward, but an easier policy than we might think. We're also believers in social mobility. I think the whole House are believers in social mobility. We used to be the best in the developed world. Used to be. Now we're amongst the worst in the developed world. Now, when inequality is greater, social mobility is more important. Indeed, it's the only real moral argument for an unequal society. And that is that everybody has an opportunity. Everybody has a chance to take part. And so in the last 20 years or so, top 1% of the population have roughly trebled their income, whereas the median is roughly flatlined. So there's a stronger argument for social mobility today than ever before. The best mechanism in social mobility, is the education system. And there's some very good proposals in the education bill in this Queen's speech. But adding the academy system will help at the margin, but it won't solve the problem. It hasn't solved it for the last 20 years, and it won't solve it now. The great scandal is that half of children from free school meals families, are failed by the education system by the time they're 11. They can't meet the English or mathematical requirements to make progress in education. Their lives are effectively over in terms of social mobility at that point. We need to take a grip of that. That means re-engineering the classroom. It means helping our brilliant teachers with more artificial intelligence, more software support, more augmentation. The technology is there now. It exists now, it's proven, it's available. I hope the House won't laugh too much when I said I went to see it demonstrated at Eton, of all places, where it was brilliant at bringing on the weakest children. I give way.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would you recognise, though, in terms of educational attainment, if a child's hungry, because many of our children are hungry because they're living in poverty, it's not going to help them?
Yeah, I agree entirely. I have arguments I'm not going to deploy today on universal credit and so on, which relate directly to that. But one of the outcomes, for example, of having a technologically augmented teaching and assessment system is the teacher knows in days if the child has got a problem which it didn't have before. If suddenly its education performance starts, let's say because the parents separate, or there's trouble at home, or it's going hungry, or whatever it may be. So she's right. I agree with the basic premise, but this will help even with that if we do it. And I want to see us do that and deal with that scandal. The other area, the last area I want to speak about very briefly, is the fundamental question of healthcare. We all of us support the National Health Service. We all of us no doubt applauded the brilliant staff and the doctors and nurses who did a fantastic job. But we tell ourselves over and over again that we have the best healthcare system in the world. And it's not true. It is simply not true. We have those committed doctors, and we are now spending more than the OECD average on healthcare. More than the OECD average. But we are not delivering more than the OECD average. Whether it's survival rates in all the different categories of cancer care, or whether it's coronaries or strokes or diabetes or whatever, we are not doing as good a job as we should for the money and the work and the skill and the commitment that goes into it. So my argument here is that we should look at the other countries that are doing better than us, whether it's Germany or France or Estonia or Austria or Sweden or Canada or Australia, have different systems. They're all free at the point of delivery. All free. I mean, I've been a beneficiary of the Canadian system, and it's an insurance-based system, but it's free at the point of delivery, and it's supported by the state if you can't afford it. And it works better than our system. And I think we need to look at those other systems and learn from them, and stay with the fundamental principles of the health service, but actually learn and improve what we have. I'm just about to sit down, so she'll forgive me. So we need to rebuild ourselves. We on this side need to rebuild ourselves as a party of low taxes, as a party of and for homeowners, as a party of aspiration and opportunity and security. It's time for a new model conservatism, fit for a new Britain in a new world.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Halton Price and Howden, and thank you for the support that he has given to us over the years in Northern Ireland in particular. Can I also add my voice on behalf of my right honourable and honourable friends and the people of Northern Ireland in paying tribute to Her Majesty the Queen in this, her Platinum Jubilee year, and in particular on behalf of the residents of Royal Hillsborough in my constituency. We look forward to Her Majesty being able to travel to Northern Ireland again in the near future and to stay with us in Hillsborough and meet again with the very proud citizens of that village who have recently been accorded royal status. Madam Deputy Speaker, much has been said already, and I think it is important that as the government goes forward, there is a focus on the health of our citizens and on the cost of living crisis in particular. And recently in the Assembly elections, the local political parties in Northern Ireland were very much focused on these issues, and as I campaigned across Northern Ireland, I met many people who are concerned about their ability to pay their bills, or about how long they're going to be waiting on our health waiting lists. Sadly, we have the longest waiting lists in the United Kingdom, even though we pay more per capita into the health service than any other part of the United Kingdom. And that, I think, flags up the need for reform of our healthcare system in Northern Ireland, alongside much needed investment in that system. And we, as a party, are committed to this. We're also committed to ensuring that measures that the government bring forward here at Westminster are applied to all parts of the United Kingdom in terms of supporting hard-pressed families, working families, during this cost of living crisis. And I hope that any measures that are introduced by the government and that any spending commitments that apply to those are applied across the United Kingdom, and of course that the Barnett consequentials are made available to the Northern Ireland Executive. And it is a matter of regret, Madam Deputy Speaker, that at this moment in time we do have a political crisis in Northern Ireland. And that political crisis is born out of the reality that whilst the government talks about in Brexit taking back control of our borders, our money and our laws, in respect of Northern Ireland, our part of the United Kingdom, we have not yet completed that journey. As the Right Honourable Member for East Antrim reminded us, I've now been elected to a Northern Ireland Assembly, which is the legislature for Northern Ireland, dealing with those devolved matters that are not principally a matter for this House. And yet many of the regulations that apply to trade in Northern Ireland, to business in Northern Ireland, are enacted by the European Parliament, by the European Commission. And no, not a single citizen of Northern Ireland, not a single elected representative in Northern Ireland has any say in how those regulations are drawn up. So we haven't entirely taken back control of our laws.
Isn't it a disgrace that we can want to cut VAT in the United Kingdom, but we're not allowed to cut it in Northern Ireland? In what sense are they honouring our internal market and our constitutional arrangements?
Of course, the Right Honourable Member is correct, and they are not. And, you know, I've listened to some members of Congress, for example, lecture us on the need to abide by the protocol, to implement the protocol. And yet this is a nation that was founded on a campaign of no taxation without representation. And what have we in Northern Ireland? We have tax laws on VAT, for example, that apply to Northern Ireland, and we've no representation in how those laws are enacted. That is not the essence of democracy. And it's important because in this Queen's speech, the government indicates measures that they intend to take to help small businesses, for example, to reduce regulations, to alter the way that business is regulated. And that's one of the benefits of leaving the European Union. We have more control how we regulate our businesses. But that won't apply to Northern Ireland, because we are regulated by the European Union for the manufacture of goods, for example. We have to comply with EU standards, which means divergence from our main market, which is Great Britain. We purchase 4 times more goods from Great Britain than we do from the European Union in its entirety, and we sell far more goods to Great Britain than we do to the whole of the European Union as well. And yet, we find this Irish Sea border, this trade border within our own country, is harming our economy, is damaging the ability of our businesses to expand, to invest. It's costing them more. I recently heard from one company, a small business in manufacturing in Newton Abbey, in the constituency of the Honourable Member for South Antrim. They tell me that in the first year of the operation of the Northern Ireland Protocol, the additional costs in bringing component parts from Great Britain, the transportation costs, the delays in getting those goods in, the additional paperwork, the customs fees, amounts to over £100,000 for that small business alone. That's costing them jobs. It means they can't invest in the expansion of their business. This is harming business in Northern Ireland, and peace and prosperity go hand in hand. A stable Northern Ireland doesn't just depend on the absence of violence, it depends on the growth of our economy, on creating jobs for our young people, of giving them hope for the future. And the protocol is harming our ability to do that, because it's harming our access to our biggest market in Great Britain. Of course.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I absolutely hear the passion in his voice and the anger, and it must be so frustrating for the community in Northern Ireland. I was interested hearing Marks and Spencer's being quoted about the additional on-costs that they're facing in terms of the selling of their products in Northern Ireland relative to, say, the mainland. But can I just ask, and this is not supposed to be a difficult question, but what was it that the Prime Minister promised to his party when the Prime Minister addressed the party back in whatever it was, in 2019, I think, autumn 2019? Did he make it clear what was the reality behind what he would do in negotiating with the EU?
Well, I can answer the member quite clearly. The Prime Minister came to our party conference and told us there would be an Irish Sea border, quote, over his dead body. That's what he told us, and unfortunately the protocol created an Irish Sea border, and it is harming our economy. Now, I am only asking the Prime Minister to honour the commitments that he has given to us. I'm not asking him to do anything more than that. And the Honourable Member made reference to supermarkets. Can I just point out the absurdity of what this protocol means? Sainsbury is one of the biggest supermarket chains in Northern Ireland. It has no supermarkets in the Republic of Ireland. And yet, when Sainsbury moved the goods, even their own brand products, from Great Britain to Northern Ireland for sale in Sainsbury supermarkets in my part of the United Kingdom, they have to complete customs declarations, pay fees. There is a delay in moving those goods, which, as you will know, for food products can be vital, that delay, and it costs them more. And that is driving up the cost of food in Northern Ireland. For example, chilled food products, it's estimated that the additional cost as a result of the protocol is 18% in comparison with the same products in Great Britain. And as the honourable member reminded us earlier in this debate, the Road Haulage Association have said that the cost of bringing goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland as a direct result of the protocol has gone up 27% in the first year of its operation. There can be no other impact of that additional cost than to drive up the cost for the consumer of purchasing products in our supermarkets and in our shops. That is the reality. And when people say that it's a nonsense to link the cost of living to the protocol, then the evidence is stark and it is clear. Yes, there is a cost of living crisis in Great Britain, but it is exacerbated in Northern Ireland. It is enhanced in Northern Ireland by the presence of the protocol and the presence of the Irish Sea border. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have had to take the reluctant decision as leader of the Democratic Unionist Party not to nominate ministers to the executive until this issue has been addressed, because we're being asked to implement a protocol. Don't forget, it's ministers in Northern Ireland who oversee the ports. We're the people who are required to implement, to oversee this, and it is simply not fair that as unionists we're asked to engage in an act of self-harm against our own people in Northern Ireland with the imposition of our protocol, which we do not accept, do not support, and we do not believe is necessary in order either to protect the integrity of the UK internal market or the integrity of the EU single market.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He may remember that the reason I resigned as Brexit Secretary went back to a previous Prime Minister promising full alignment, that was the phrase, between the North and the South. And it seemed to me at the time that the outcome of that was that Northern Ireland would have no more legislative power than a colony, because it had no ability to correct the sorts of problems he's now talking about. And is it not the case, is his argument, that for as long as that stands, this will make Northern Ireland not more stable, but less stable?
Well, that is absolutely the case. And the European Union told us, including the Irish government, a co-guarantor of the Belfast Agreement, argued that the necessity for the protocol was to protect the Good Friday Agreement and the political institutions created under it. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has had the opposite effect. There is no North-South Ministerial Council operating at this time. The Executive is not fully functioning. The Assembly is unable to carry out its full functions. And East-West relations between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland are at an all-time low since as far back as I can remember. So can we not see the harm the protocol is doing to the relationships that are at the heart of the agreement? But it goes further, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Court of Appeal in Belfast has ruled that the protocol changes our constitutional status. It overrides Article 6 of the Acts of Union. Now, this is a fundamental building block of our relationship with the rest of the United Kingdom. The Union is not just a political union, it is an economic union. And Article 6 confers on the people of Northern Ireland, and previously the people of the whole of the island, when it was all part of the United Kingdom, confers the right to trade freely with the rest of our own nation. Article 6 says there shall be no barriers to trade within the United Kingdom. Yet we now have an Irish Sea border, we have barriers to trade. Article 6 has been breached and overridden by the protocol without the consent of the people of Northern Ireland to such constitutional change, and that is contrary to the commitment in Article 1 of the Belfast Agreement, which says there shall be no change to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland without the consent of the people of Northern Ireland. So I think the Prime Minister is right in the Queen's speech today to highlight the need to prioritise support for the agreement and its institutions, including through legislation. Now, the legislation referred here is only to the legacy of the past. And as this House will be aware, we have grave concerns about the initial proposals put forward by the government, because it denies to innocent victims the right to justice, which we think is wrong. You never create peace, I do not believe, is built on the basis of injustice. And we await with interest the government's revised proposals. But sadly, there is no reference to legislation in the Queen's speech on the need to address the very real difficulties being created by the protocol. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what we are looking for. We're looking for that commitment from the government. The Prime Minister's first duty as Minister for the Union is to protect the integrity of the United Kingdom. And indeed, in the Queen's speech, and I quote, it states, "The continued success and integrity of the whole of the United Kingdom is of paramount importance to my government, including the internal economic bonds between all of its parts." The Prime Minister is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And those three words are the most important words for me in my constitutional status. And Northern Ireland. We are an integral part of the United Kingdom. And when the government says it is of paramount importance to protect the internal economic bonds between all of its parts, then that has to include, Madam Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland. That means addressing the protocol, because the protocol is incompatible with these two commitments. It is incompatible with upholding and protecting the internal economic bonds between all parts of the United Kingdom, and it is incompatible with prioritising support for the Belfast or Good Friday Agreement and the political institutions which are being undermined by this. Not a single unionist elected to the Assembly supports the protocol, not a single one. And yet the Good Friday Agreement is premised on the basis that the institutions will operate through consensus. There is no consensus for this protocol. The unionist community does not consent to the protocol. I will not allow my ministers to be put in a position where they have to impose upon their own people checks and regulations over which they have no control and no say, and that have been created by a foreign entity, the European Union. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear, and in response to the Right Honourable Member for Rochdale, my party is absolutely committed to the future of the political institutions. We want them to work and to deliver for everyone in Northern Ireland. My party is committed to the operation of those institutions. We are committed to our participation in those institutions. But it has to be on the basis of fairness. It has to be on the basis of a consensus. It has to be on the basis that we address the problems that are in front of us and that have flown from the imposition of the Northern Ireland Protocol. Last Thursday, I stood for election in my constituency of Lagan Valley. I've had the honour, Madam Deputy Speaker, of representing this beautiful constituency for the past 25 years in this House. But I believe in Northern Ireland, I believe in the future, and I believe I can play a role in strengthening the political institutions. And that's why, in response to the points that have been made, I'm prepared to commit the remainder of my political career to going back to those institutions and working with my colleagues to make them work. I am prepared to leave this House I've been a member of for 25 years and which I would dearly love to continue being a part of, because I want to invest in the future of our people. I want to work for our people. I want to deliver good government. But I have to say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will not leave this House until this protocol issue is resolved. I will not leave this House until I can be sure that our political institutions in Northern Ireland have a stable foundation. That means, and I say this in conclusion to the government, the words in the Queen's speech are there, but they have to be matched by actions. Of course, I'll give way.
My honourable friend has made the point that he will remain in this House. I feel it is right that he does remain in this House, particularly at this juncture in Northern Ireland's constitutional and economic place within this United Kingdom. Whilst there are those who feel they can speak for unionism, they are not the people that speak for unionism. You are the leader of unionism. Therefore, it is vital that you remain in this House until this government honour their commitment to restoring Northern Ireland's place within this United Kingdom. And in truth, you are only adhering to the mandate that our electorate gave to us last Thursday in doing so.
Order just before the Honourable Gentleman. I didn't want to interrupt the Honourable Lady, what she was saying, because it was very powerful, but she really mustn't call the Honourable Gentleman you 3 times in the chamber. He's he. So perhaps she would just like to give her last line again, saying he.
It is absolutely vitally important that he remains in this place to ensure that Northern Ireland's place within this United Kingdom is constitutionally and economically restored.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I really appreciate the intervention of the honourable member for Upper Bann and congratulate her colleagues in the constituency for their success in the Assembly elections. The DUP, the Democratic Unionist Party, re-entered the executive at the beginning of 2020 on the basis of an agreement called New Decade, New Approach. At the heart of that agreement for us is the commitment by the UK government, given by the then Secretary of State, to protect Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market. Some 2.5 years later, that commitment has not been honoured. And yet, in the Queen's speech today, 2 other elements of the New Decade, New Approach agreement have been referenced by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. That is the legacy of our past and legislation linked thereto. And we are told by the Secretary of State he will introduce a bill on language and culture. Well, I have to say to the Secretary of State that if he proceeds to introduce that legislation without the government moving to deal with the protocol, the government will be in serious breach of its obligations under New Decade, New Approach. It will be moving in a one-sided fashion, in an unbalanced way. And that is not the way to build consensus. It is not the way, in the words of the Queen's speech, to prioritise support for the Belfast Agreement and its institutions. What the government must do has to be balanced. It must take account of the concerns of the unionist community as well as the concerns of others. Currently, the legislation coming forward reflects the concerns of others, but it does not reflect the concerns of the members in this House who represent the unionist community or of the wider community. And so I reiterate my commitment to lead my party into the political institutions, and I will do so as soon as the government takes decisive action to deal with this protocol and to remove the Irish Sea border.
Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Lagan Valley, who has spoken very powerfully of his commitment to the Union, which I very much share. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by paying huge tribute to Her Majesty the Queen and to wish her a very speedy recovery and to regret very much that she was not able to attend the other place in person today, but also to pay tribute to the speech that was given on her behalf. I think it was very positive, very optimistic, and I absolutely will be delighted to support the government in implementing it. And why is that? Because we as the Conservative Party, as the government, truly do believe in opportunities, and I think that opportunities and a hand up ran through the Queen's speech today in full measure, and I was delighted to see that. I think there is a lot in there that will enable people right across our country to find their lives better and their opportunities greater. And I want to just touch on a couple of the specific measures that have been announced today, starting with the Levelling Up Bill. And I want to focus, rather selfishly, on my own wonderful constituency of South Northamptonshire, because we're very often seen as a lovely Midlands area in the middle of England. We are quite mixed. We have the fabulous Silverstone Circuit. We have Motorsport Valley and high-tech engineering. We've got some fabulous rugby sides and cricketing sides and some great football teams. And it is a wonderful place to work and to live. But we also, Madam Deputy Speaker, have quite a few problems. One of those, which is one of our assets, is that I am fortunate to represent 92 villages and parishes, and sadly, very few bus links. And so in my constituency, wonderful as it is, for many young people, levelling up to them would mean actually being able to get the bus to work or to school. And so I'm really hoping that with some of the measures the government takes to level up, there will be many more bus routes made available so that young people, and yes, people who don't necessarily reach for a car as their first thought, will actually be able to get around on the bus. And I urge the government to do everything in that regard. Secondly, planning. Living in South Northamptonshire, we are in the middle of England, as I say. We're between the M1 and the M40. The A43 runs through. We are the rat run of choice for every HGV whenever there is congestion on the M1 or the M40. And frankly, as a result of being the logistics central for HGVs passing through, they now want to park themselves in South Northamptonshire. So we are under massive threat from huge warehousing applications, which are completely inappropriate for the area. There's plenty of logistics and warehousing dotted around, but please, Madam Deputy Speaker, I implore the government to ensure that local communities will be able to resist inappropriate warehousing development that would literally concrete over the beautiful areas of Northampton and Towcester and Brackley. We are very much under threat. The third pledge I'd like to make on behalf, or the third plea I would like to make on behalf of South Northamptonshire is that about demographic growth. Again, because we're a lovely area, people want to move there and they are most welcome. We are absolutely open for newcomers from all over the place. But together with the new housing, newcomers coming in, the new school pupils, the new jobs needed and so on, we never ever receive our fair share of funding for anything, whether it's for the hospital, whether it's for GPs, whether it's for school places. And I understand that there is a lag, but I do urge the government to consider those places that are growing in population very, very quickly so that they too can get some of the funding that's desperately needed. So I just wanted to make those pleas for South Northants. But of course, levelling up is about the whole country, and it's a huge opportunity right across the United Kingdom. And I want to mention here the Energy Security Bill, an absolutely brilliant initiative by the government to ensure that not only is our energy in the future cleaner and greener, but also that we can make our fortune in the world using our strengths in energy and in innovation in the renewable space, in the nuclear space and in the technology space. I'm delighted to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank the Honourable Lady for what you've said so far. Can I agree with what the Honourable Lady is saying and reiterate the position that Northern Ireland has in relation to hydrogen as one of the new energy systems that we can all use to our benefit. I am very pleased to hear the commitment from the Right Honourable Lady to all of the United Kingdom when it comes to levelling up. Northern Ireland has to be part of that as well.
Well, I completely agree with the Honourable Gentleman, and I will be coming on to that just shortly. But what he says about the prospects for hydrogen power in Northern Ireland is music to my ears. And I think that's a good example of some of the measures the government are putting in place to ensure that we can green up and grow our energy security and our energy accessibility, but at the same time grow green growth and jobs. And the beauty of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, coming as I do from the financial services sector before Parliament, having spent 25 years in financial services that was always considered the jewel in the crown for the UK economy. But of course, those jobs were quite specifically in areas like the City, like Edinburgh, like in Bournemouth, like in Birmingham, but not widespread across the country. And they tended to be a little bit specialised, not for everyone. But of course, with the green technology sector, there are jobs for everyone. There are new apprenticeships for young people in perhaps installing electric car infrastructure, in installing solar panels. There are jobs for people coming from the industrial clusters in the north and in Scotland who might be wanting to retrain to work on offshore wind stations or indeed on carbon capture usage and storage. So there are lots of opportunities, and of course for the brilliant scientists and the universities across the United Kingdom who are developing new technologies in the green space. So jobs and growth, I believe the green space could be even bigger than financial services in the years to come. And if I was a betting person, which I'm not, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would bet that by 2030 there will be more people employed in the UK across the green technology sector than there are today in financial services. And I do hope that the government will remain absolutely committed to that agenda, and I will give way.
Thank the member for giving way. And in mentioning about the green economy and everything associated with it, and I don't necessarily want to green Northern Ireland, by the way. I'm talking about it politically in that agenda. But I want to just say, it's from the point of view that we have technology which is passive housing, and we should be driving that forward. We should be leading the world in developing passive housing, reducing the need for carbon burning within our properties to keep them warm, and we do have the technology and the availability to do it. Why do we not use building regulations rules to impose that upon new development? 100,000 houses have to be built every year. Let's see, can we drive that agenda forward and reduce our carbon footprint dramatically?
Oh, the honourable gentleman is, of course, absolutely right, and there is already legislation in place to put new requirements on house builders to reduce the carbon footprint of new homes, and I think those will tighten up as time goes by. And there are so many, as he and his honourable colleague have already pointed out, there are so many different green initiatives, and I do hope that that becomes the way that we make our living in the world through jobs at home and exports overseas. I would like to go on, Madam Deputy Speaker, to talk about the third area that I really want to highlight from the Queen's speech today, and that is the pledges towards the Union. And for me, as a proud Conservative and Unionist Party member, for me, keeping the Union together is what it's all about. There is no doubt in my mind that it is the union of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland that is so precious to all of us. And we make a grave mistake. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I simply cannot understand why separatists want to break apart our union. It makes, to me, no sense whatsoever. This is a fabulous place where we have centuries of shared history, shared family, shared culture, shared language, a shared currency, shared institutions, and I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. A number of bills, in fact a whole range of bills in the Queen's speech today, fly in the face of Standing Orders number 9B in the Scottish Parliament and of the Sewell Convention, which requires legislative consent from the Scottish Parliament to these range of bills. Does she think that riding roughshod and imposing these bills against the wishes of the Scottish Parliament will strengthen or weaken the Union?
What I would say to the Honourable Lady is that I think she, as a separatist, wants nothing more than to see the UK government setting out any sort of possibility whatsoever that she can argue against with some sort of fake grievance. What I want to do is to appeal to the fabulous people of the United Kingdom. Let's stick together. And I have some ideas, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we should share rights to one another's health systems, because actually in Wales there are serious problems with Welsh healthcare, and I would like nothing more than to see Welsh citizens able to access England's healthcare system, or indeed Scotland's healthcare system, whenever they want to, and indeed that of Northern Ireland and vice versa. I would also love to see school exchanges right across the UK, so that children, as they're growing up, can actually develop a better sense of the unity of the United Kingdom. And I would love to see consideration given to more free ports around the United Kingdom, and very particularly to consider a free port that could potentially encompass the whole of Northern Ireland, because as one part of the UK that really does need and deserve a huge boost to jobs, to growth and to opportunities, I think a free port that gives beneficial tax status and makes sure that Northern Ireland is absolutely integrally joined and feeling a part of the United Kingdom would be something that I would love to see. I will give way to the Honourable.
Thank the Honourable for giving away again, and most gracious. The Honourable is putting out a good argument on behalf of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, always better together, and I agree with the Honourable Lady. But to make that happen, the Northern Ireland Protocol has to be addressed. Does the Honourable Lady commit herself in this chamber to ensuring that the Northern Ireland Protocol is done away with and that we in Northern Ireland have the same rights as everyone else in this House.
Well, I can say to the honourable gentleman that I share his concern about the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I am absolutely determined that there should be no barriers to internal trade or any other form of union between all of those component parts of the United Kingdom.
Will she give way?
I will give way indeed.
And does she think it might be a good idea, given how the EU always wants everything in Northern Ireland to be aligned with the Republic, that we should add to that free port the same corporation tax rate as the Republic of Ireland has? Because that seems to be the one thing, to me, they're actually getting right.
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a very good point, and really that sort of emphasises my view that potentially Northern Ireland could be considered as a free port to have a beneficial corporation tax and other regimes in order to encourage more jobs and growth and more spread of business right across the United Kingdom. So I agree with my honourable friend. But I do want to finish off, Madam Deputy Speaker, by talking a bit about what I think is the greatest, two Madam Deputy Speakers, how wonderful, by talking about what I think is the greatest levelling up policy. And it won't come as any surprise to anyone in this chamber that it's going to be about the best start for life. And of course, when we human beings are born, we do not have any cognition whatsoever. We don't know that that's our mum. We don't know that we're wet or cold or tired or hungry or bored. We don't know anything. We just know. No, the Honourable Lady says, of course we know it's our mum. We don't actually. As a baby, you do not know it's your mum. You know that that is a person, an important, you know that that is an important creature to you, but you do not know that that is very important to make that distinction. Babies adapt to the environment in which they find themselves, and so it is absolutely critical in everything we do, if we want to level up, that we provide support for families of all shapes and sizes to be able to give their babies the best start for life. And it's by doing that, by providing support for families who perhaps don't understand about sleeping, crying, weaning, who perhaps have their own relationship difficulties with their other partner because of the stresses of a new baby in the household, perhaps people who don't know what a baby's stage of development should be and therefore are perhaps missing some important problem with their tiny baby that could be easily resolved if tackled straight away. So much better support, I know, is a shared desire right across this House, and I think nothing could be more important for levelling up than giving every baby the best start for life. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. John Trickett.
Thank you very much indeed. And listening to this debate carefully, and speaking from one of the villages in the heart of England in Yorkshire, it's occasionally very difficult to recognise the descriptions of England which have been England and Britain which have emerged during the afternoon. But before I develop my argument, I just want to refer to the fact that it's more than 5 months now since I've been able to speak in the House for medical reasons. I had a bad accident in the new year, but also two of my closest relations fell seriously ill, critically ill. One was on life support for 9 days, and I was able to see at first hand the miracles which performed on an hourly or even minute-by-minute basis by nurses and doctors in the intensive care unit in Pinterfields Hospital in Wakefield. And I will never, my sense of gratitude will never diminish for what I saw. It was quite incredible. And same with the paediatrics unit at the LGI in Leeds, who've been looking after a young member of our family. And I hope the House won't mind if I mention my own surgeon, Mr. Venkatash at Chapel Allerton Hospital in Leeds, who managed to get me up and walking faster than I imagined would be possible. There were times when I was in hospital, well, it felt as if I was running a surgery, a casework surgery, because when people discovered I was a Member of Parliament and I was laid up, they took advantage of forming a queue to lobby me on all kinds of things. But the thing which was most frequently raised with me was the state of the NHS. The staff, the clinicians, the orderlies, the cleaners, the patients all came up to me and spoke to me about the NHS. And when we heard the Prime Minister earlier saying he's putting record amounts of money into the National Health Service. I just want to give this message, not from me, but from the clinicians and all those people who spoke to me in those quite intense moments when I was there trying to recover from the anaesthetic. And what they said was, the money isn't getting to us. Our incomes are low and being held back. They said that there was a scourge of restructuring going on all the time, preventing them from getting on with the business of providing the kind of level of care that they wanted to provide. And also, they were fed up with outsourcing. And they asked me to tell the House of Commons they were their views, and I captured them in all honesty. I happen to agree with them, but that's beside the point. Now, I want to just move on to the levelling up, the question of levelling up. I mean, one might ask the question, why is it that after 12 years of Tory government, in fact, that it's necessary for the government now suddenly to say, well, we need to level up. I want to refer to my constituency, but to illustrate a national, or series of national problems. And there are two aspects I want to raise in relation to that. First is inequality of income. Now, if you look at the average income in my constituency, it's £250 a week less on the average than the amount of money which is earned in wages and salaries in the Prime Minister's constituency. It's a staggering amount of money, £12,500 a year per person working in a full-time occupation. And how can that level of inequality be justified? And I'm sure that there are many people in the House on this side and in other parties in Labour who've got similar problems in their constituencies. How was it that that came about after 12 years of a Tory government? And I want to come later to suggest what might be done. But the second point I wanted to mention, again about my constituency, but it raises a wider question. And the right honourable member for Helton Price, who isn't in his seat now, mentioned social mobility. Well, look, the British are told, if you work hard, play by the rules, and you have even a minimum of talent, you should be able to get on in life. That's what we're told. And that's what the promise of social mobility is. But the truth is, the government established a social mobility commission. What happened? They all resigned because they said that social mobility had come to an end in Britain. Now, my constituency, there are 533 seats in England. Mine is the 529th least socially mobile constituency in the whole of England. And I speak not only for my constituency, but for all those seats across the north of England, in the southwest and elsewhere, where social mobility has come to an end. And it breaks my heart to think of a child born in one of those hospitals today, which I went through the experience of, in my constituency, born into a family in deprivation or poverty, who faces a shorter life than people may do elsewhere in more prosperous areas, but a life in which they will die in poverty. Breaks my heart to think that's where we are. And so, levelling up is a spurious rhetorical device that the government has developed to try to cover up for the failures of the last 12 years in office. What you have in a society which is profoundly unequal now, where the billionaires are floating on a sea of riches while there are millions of people living in poverty, and children too, and families at work, is a profoundly unequal society. But when you put inequality together with the lack of social mobility, what do you have? You have a class structure, the old British disease, ossified, unchanging, and built on a system which enriches a few and leaves so many millions of people behind. Now, what does the government's programme offer? Well, I say it offers more of the poison which created the situation which we're now in and pretends it's a solution. Because what created the situation was Tory economic policies, austerity, what we call neoliberal economics, and market triumphalism. All of those things are at the root of the problems which face communities such as mine and those across the north of England and elsewhere. And what the speech pretends to do is to suggest that government, the state, can take an active role in levelling up, offering social mobility and a route out of poverty for people in the constituencies like mine. But that is not what is being offered, is it? What we've been offered is more marketisation, more cuts, more austerity, planning laws being swept away in order to deliver more marketisation, and then deregulation. All of the defects which have created the problem, which have left so many communities behind, that's what's on offer. That's what's offering these in this Queen's speech. And I'm sure that ministers in the quiet of their own homes, their consciences may say to them, well, we do have a problem. But the key workers in the NHS and elsewhere who kept this country going through the pandemic have been abandoned on low pay rises which are wholly unacceptable, while prices are accelerating. Now, I want to come back to my constituency as I begin to wind up. If you calculate how much money you need to level up my constituency to the Prime Minister's, it's an astonishing amount of money. £250 million a year is what would be required to pay people in my area the same as they earn in the Prime Minister's. If you were to try to get halfway there, it would cost you £100 million a year. The staggering amounts of money. What does the government offer? It offers a Chancellor who never hesitates to boast how he is a small state kind of guy. But what's required is an active intervention in the market in order to begin to change the levels of deprivation, poverty, and the difficulties which arise, which are at the source of so many problems, the breakdown of cohesion, and the other issues, the anger which we see in politics today. £200 million a year to pay people in my constituency the same as they already earn down in the Prime Minister's. There is only one answer to this, and that's a Marshall Plan, a Marshall Aid Plan, on the scale of what happened after the Second World War, in order to begin to tackle the underlying problem. Anything else is just rhetoric designed to persuade people maybe to give the Tories one more chance. And before anybody jumps up, though I see that nobody is doing, to say that we can't pay for it, this is one of the richest countries in the world. But where is that wealth? Where is that wealth? It's not in areas across the north and elsewhere. It's in the hands of a very small group of people and a tiny group of corporations. It's time to introduce a wealth tax. And by the way, while I'm talking about it, why is it that money earned from wealth or from property is taxed less than money earned from work? Why do we privilege wealth and capital over labour? Why is it our fiscal system's like that? We could raise more money to begin to create a kind of a Marshall Aid Plan. All of those things are possible. But we have to, first of all, the House has to face the truth. This is a profoundly divided society, a restless and angry society which wants change. My final point is this. My very final point is this. In a society with divisions running so deep, it's not surprising that the levels of consent and consensus which a democratic country requires in order to be governed, they are breaking down. Dissent is emerging. Dissent is emerging because of the lack of social justice, which I've tried to explain from the point of view of my constituency. Now, what's the government's response to that? Is it to try to create a more socially just society? No, it isn't. It's to actually try to crack down on dissent. Last parliamentary session, we passed some horrendously authoritarian legislation, and now we see in the Queen's speech today, more is being proposed. Let me say this. Authoritarianism will never resolve the problems of a breakdown in consent in a society which people feel profoundly uneasy about because of how it treats them. And that's my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir John Redwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have declared my business interest in the Register. I welcome a lot in this gracious speech. I welcome the emphasis on growth. We need growth to deliver many of the other ambitions for levelling up and for better public services. I think the government are right that they need to revisit the rules and laws to promote better transport, to deal with difficulties in housing and planning, and to pursue a course of greater self-sufficiency in energy. But I'd like to concentrate mainly on the economic conditions that the government is going to need over the next 2 years to make a success of this legislative programme. Legislation only gets you a little way. What you're trying to do by legislation is create conditions in which business can flourish, people can train and get better skills, that they can get into better paid jobs, investments can be made. And we won't level up all the mighty cities and towns of this country that are below average with public spending. We need to level them up with ambition and private investment and people going on their own personal journeys so that they can develop a business of their own, they can get to the point where they can afford a house of their own, that they have sufficient training and qualifications, that they can get a decent, high-quality job. That is the way the successful parts of the country have got many more people into higher incomes and better living standards, because those parts of the country have worked and have attracted the people with the energy and the talent, or have given the people already there more support. And we need to look at how we can give that support and that encouragement more widely around the country.
With my right honourable friend, I'm so grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, because what he is saying is echoing the words of the Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, who said it cannot be governments that create wealth. We merely have to provide the opportunity for businesses and individuals to create that wealth.
Well, I'm glad all three of us agree on this thing, and we can proceed on that basis. So what does the government need to do? Well, my first recommendation to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is that he needs to have a new framework for the conduct of our economic policy. We are still running on Maastricht Light. We still think that the way to control the economy is to control the debt and deficit. I've got news for him. If we get growth and inflation right, the debt and deficit will come closer to taking care of themselves. We need to get the growth right, and we then have much less of a problem with the debt and deficit. In the last year, when the United Kingdom led the growth tables for the advanced world, an unremarkable thing happened. It seemed very remarkable to the Treasury, unremarkable to me. The deficit came tumbling down on one set of figures, and they're still keeping on changing them. The deficit came in at 90 billion below the OBR and Treasury forecast, because with more growth you get more activity, more incomes, more spending, so you collect more VAT, you collect more income tax, and it was mainly extra revenues that came in because we had that faster growth. So I say that the debt and deficit matters, but they should be subsidiary. The two main aims of economic policy should be, first of all, a 2% inflation target embedded as a government target as well as a control mechanism on the Bank of England, and that should be complemented by a 2% growth target, not that exacting by 20th century experience in the United Kingdom, quite challenging by the current century's experience because of the disfiguring effect of the big banking crash and Great Recession in the middle of the first 2 decades of the current century.